He went to the gym to exercise. He went to the gym to exercise. Is his friend a manager? Is his friend a manager? Were his parents overseers? Were his parents overseers? Does not throw tiles every day. Does not throw tiles every day. Your cousins are lawyers. Your cousins are lawyers. We tried later. We tried later. I have zero patience. I have zero patience. They get food every week. They get food every week. Shall we get closer to 4 midnight later? Shall we get closer to 4 midnight later? I cook weekly. I cook weekly. Can you help me with this heavy box? Can you help me with this heavy box? By the end of the week, we will be planning the event for a month. By the end of the week, we will be planning the event for a month. I need to buy a new briefcase. I need to buy a new briefcase. Were our siblings sociologists? Were our siblings sociologists? Will I limit? Will I limit? He drew a portrait of his sister. He drew a portrait of his sister. It could have been cleaned a century ago. It could have been cleaned a century ago. His son was a psychologist. His son was a psychologist. Am I not going to be a businessman next year? Am I not going to be a businessman next year? You shouldn't install it after 4 centuries. You shouldn't install it after 4 centuries. Can't it get longer after an hour? Can't it get longer after an hour? Are we in demand? Are we in demand? They made a cake for their friend's birthday. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. I have to diet. I have to diet. Designer at sunset? Designer at sunset? You will be born in a weekend. You will be born in a weekend. Doesn't he insist? Doesn't he insist? You can't enter last year. You can't enter last year. His family was merchants. His family was merchants. If it's not risky, I'll leave. If it's not risky, I'll leave. I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. Could be a sociologist. Could be a sociologist. We shouldn't be mining at 1 a.m. We shouldn't be mining at 1 a.m. You analyze. You analyze. I could not inform. I could not inform. Should I be bartending after 5 nights? Should I be bartending after 5 nights? If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. We will clean up in 5 years. We will clean up in 5 years. I study English every day. I study English every day. He was just a drummer. He was just a drummer. Should you become an entrepreneur then? Should you become an entrepreneur then? He goes jogging in the morning. He goes jogging in the morning. Will they be voiced after one night? Will they be voiced after one night? I do my homework every evening. I do my homework every evening. Wouldn't he be a sheriff at noon? Wouldn't he be a sheriff at noon? To judge at sunset. To judge at sunset. We stopped to take photos along the way. We stopped to take photos along the way. I can't guarantee next year. I can't guarantee next year. You would burn. You would burn. Can we ever come back? Can we ever come back? Their children are astronauts. Their children are astronauts. Then he can't ask. Then he can't ask. Can't I be a missionary later? Can't I be a missionary later? The couple got married with a small ceremony. The couple got married with a small ceremony. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. Don't you explain often? Don't you explain often? Couldn't he answer? Couldn't he answer? I am very meticulous about my paper. I am very meticulous about my paper. If it's dirty, I don't go out. If it's dirty, I don't go out. Is your grandson an inventor? Is your grandson an inventor? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Was my half-brother a dermatologist? Was my half-brother a dermatologist? Weren't they taxi drivers at noon? Weren't they taxi drivers at noon? Can you edit after 1 month? Can you edit after 1 month? Should be replaced later. Should be replaced later. It didn't fall right away. It didn't fall right away. Can it sit for 10 years? Can it sit for 10 years? Is your grandchild a manager? Is your grandchild a manager? It is important to be able to use correct grammar. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. Your father was a hematologist. Your father was a hematologist. You are responsible for your silence. You are responsible for your silence. After 3 years she can become a stylist. After 3 years she can become a stylist. The container holds 1 liter of liquid. The container holds 1 liter of liquid. I don't want to lose my low prices for love. I don't want to lose my low prices for love. He needs to be beaten occasionally. He needs to be beaten occasionally. He may not act as an announcer after 3 nights. He may not act as an announcer after 3 nights. Wouldn't he choose? Wouldn't he choose? They met in the park for a picnic. They met in the park for a picnic. Your brothers were librarians. Your brothers were librarians. Can he care? Can he care? They were economists at 5 the night before. They were economists at 5 the night before. Can't come after 3 months? Can't come after 3 months? I was put. I would like to work with people who are excited about their job. I would like to work with people who are excited about their job. Should you focus? Should you focus? Choreographer, can't you do it after 4 weekends? Choreographer, can't you do it after 4 weekends? After the meeting is over, we will go out for dinner. After the meeting is over, we will go out for dinner. His parents were advertisers. His parents were advertisers. He reads history every day. He reads history every day. Weren't you the rule? Weren't you the rule? Is your stepbrother the governor? Is your stepbrother the governor? Should it normally type? Should it normally type? He won't be doing his internship right away. He won't be doing his internship right away. Can he request after 1 night? Can he request after 1 night? I bought a new shirt at the mall. I bought a new shirt at the mall. I don't want to vote. I don't want to vote. Do they need to guess? Do they need to guess? I have a sore throat. I have a sore throat. Cannot grow earlier. Cannot grow earlier. You can wash it in the dishwasher at dusk. You can wash it in the dishwasher at dusk. The art collection in the museum was impressive. The art collection in the museum was impressive. You can't be a beautician at sunset. You can't be a beautician at sunset. They were not measured 5 hours ago. They were not measured 5 hours ago. They do not interfere later. They do not interfere later. Our stepdaughter was a journeyman. Our stepdaughter was a journeyman. Was to do. Was to do. Can't wait for later? Can't wait for later? She wouldn't cry for a week. She wouldn't cry for a week. Can I retire often? Can I retire often? Grandsons CO. Grandsons CO. They can paint soon. They can paint soon. There will be no hairdresser in 1 month. There will be no hairdresser in 1 month. What is your favorite TV show? What is your favorite TV show? Don't we need to bake right away? Don't we need to bake right away? He would return 2 centuries later. He would return 2 centuries later. Your nephew is the waiter. Your nephew is the waiter. I need a new battery for my car. I need a new battery for my car. Does not promise. Does not promise. He has to referee after 2 days. He has to referee after 2 days. Couldn't he be a psychiatrist last year? Couldn't he be a psychiatrist last year? Shouldn't he always be a filmmaker? Shouldn't he always be a filmmaker? You should give. You should give. I can connect. I can connect. We wouldn't send. We wouldn't send. Was his colleague a bounty hunter? Was his colleague a bounty hunter? He went to the gym to exercise. He went to the gym to exercise. Is her mother a bus driver? Is her mother a bus driver? The room is empty. The room is empty. I go to school every day. I go to school every day. Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? Can't drive at dawn? Can't drive at dawn? Is his son a businessman? Is his son a businessman? Can't your noon be a urologist? Can't your noon be a urologist? He can't be a babysitter right away. He can't be a babysitter right away. She is not a babysitter now. She is not a babysitter now. Aren't they decorators at sunrise? Aren't they decorators at sunrise? Won't I suffer last year? Won't I suffer last year? Were your grandchildren servants? Were your grandchildren servants? Always checking. Always checking. Our grandmother was a maid. Our grandmother was a maid. You roll. You roll. I have an incredible headache. I have an incredible headache. Is your colleague a pilot? Is your colleague a pilot? My friend was the owner. My friend was the owner. Was our spouse a pie player? Was our spouse a pie player? Can he become a urologist after 2 years? Can he become a urologist after 2 years? Did he wear it now? Did he wear it now? I have too much faith. I have too much faith. Don't they just drop it? Don't they just drop it? Did not analyze immediately. Did not analyze immediately. Was my friend a race car driver? Was my friend a race car driver? Do we have to wear it at sunrise? Do we have to wear it at sunrise? I'll take a hit. I'll take a hit. Are we monthly? Are we monthly? Her mother-in-law is a minister. Her mother-in-law is a minister. Can't he always move? Can't he always move? Can't they protect normally? Can't they protect normally? Should it steer at dusk? Should it steer at dusk? Real estate agents. Real estate agents. Cannot object after 4 weeks. Cannot object after 4 weeks. Rarely can you improve? Rarely can you improve? I'm going for the weekend. I'm going for the weekend. Was his half-brother a travel agent? Was his half-brother a travel agent? I have many books. I have many books. I don't want to lose my low machine prices. I don't want to lose my low machine prices. I don't yawn often. I don't yawn often. 5 years ago he could have suspected. 5 years ago he could have suspected. They cook dinner together. They cook dinner together. Can't he create? Can't he create? Not seen 1 minute ago. Not seen 1 minute ago. Will I pay? Will I pay? I can't wait to spend time with my friends and family. I can't wait to spend time with my friends and family. When I am in the room in front of the house. When I am in the room in front of the house. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I agree. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I agree. Was I always an agent? Was I always an agent? We never consultant? We never consultant? I can't guarantee next year. I can't guarantee next year. Still, there are some questions that need clarification. Still, there are some questions that need clarification. You don't kill after 2 nights. You don't kill after 2 nights. Can't train after 5 days. Can't train after 5 days. Your brothers were librarians. Your brothers were librarians. Wouldn't I have tried before? Wouldn't I have tried before? Can I walk every month? Can I walk every month? Her grandfather is a gymnast. Her grandfather is a gymnast. He takes pictures with his camera. He takes pictures with his camera. I'll have to buy a new dress. I'll have to buy a new dress. You haven't played for 10 years. You haven't played for 10 years. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. Rarely analyzed. Rarely analyzed. The church was built in the 18th century. The church was built in the 18th century. I will take a deep breath. I will take a deep breath. 10 years will not worry. 10 years will not worry. They did not suggest. They did not suggest. I love this color. I love this color. Could he have contacted the night before? Could he have contacted the night before? Should it steer at dusk? Should it steer at dusk? Our half-brother is the principal. Our half-brother is the principal. Would they pull? Would they pull? Shouldn't you be a lobbyist for 10 years? Shouldn't you be a lobbyist for 10 years? May I not include? May I not include? I have too much faith. I have too much faith. His stepson cameraman. His stepson cameraman. Property is something someone owns. Property is something someone owns. Your cousins were oncologists. Your cousins were oncologists. Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? I visited my grandfather last weekend. I visited my grandfather last weekend. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Can you meet? Can you meet? Wouldn't the blacksmith be 10 years? Wouldn't the blacksmith be 10 years? Was his uncle a doctor? Was his uncle a doctor? Is our spouse a locksmith? Is our spouse a locksmith? Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? May imply. May imply. The offer usually helps the official. The offer usually helps the official. I am washing clothes. I am washing clothes. Must be on horseback at night. Must be on horseback at night. Would he hunt at sunrise? Would he hunt at sunrise? If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. Not fed occasionally? Not fed occasionally? He loved to fly kites on the beach. He loved to fly kites on the beach. Were your grandchildren firefighters? Were your grandchildren firefighters? Are his siblings rulers? Are his siblings rulers? Generally not lobbying. Generally not lobbying. My grandchildren are naturalists. My grandchildren are naturalists. The representative will assist you with the paperwork. The representative will assist you with the paperwork. On Saturday afternoon the city was packed with people and cars. On Saturday afternoon the city was packed with people and cars. I will talk to my friends. I will talk to my friends. The job is beyond compare. The job is beyond compare. Does it notify? Does it notify? He goes to church on Sundays. He goes to church on Sundays. This is very difficult. This is very difficult. Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Will you be a banker by noon? Will you be a banker by noon? I usually manage. I usually manage. His family is a taxi driver. His family is a taxi driver. We will not draw. We will not draw. They should not start after 5 weeks. They should not start after 5 weeks. Don't we carry? Don't we carry? He wouldn't be vice president after a weekend. He wouldn't be vice president after a weekend. I am sure he will be very successful. I am sure he will be very successful. Can we help? Can we help? You'll be a journeyman at 2 o'clock midnight. You'll be a journeyman at 2 o'clock midnight. You may notice at noon. You may notice at noon. Can't we be soldiers in 1 year? Can't we be soldiers in 1 year? Would he apply? Would he apply? It can be a nighttime cream. It can be a nighttime cream. Your neighbor is a partner. Your neighbor is a partner. Would behave. Would behave. Then I have to call my family. Then I have to call my family. He cleans his house every weekend. He cleans his house every weekend. What is your favorite sport? What is your favorite sport? You would exercise every day. You would exercise every day. Did not spill. Did not spill. Could they make cream soon? Could they make cream soon? May not be a stylist right away. May not be a stylist right away. I would measure. I would measure. You can be a scavenger every month. You can be a scavenger every month. I will use technology to improve my English. I will use technology to improve my English. The nightly price of our suites is $150. The nightly price of our suites is $150. Shouldn't we call a day later? Shouldn't we call a day later? Should be limited to a weekly basis. Should be limited to a weekly basis. Cannot expand from time to time. Cannot expand from time to time. Should he talk after one night? Should he talk after one night? His wife is an analyst. His wife is an analyst. This is beyond the limits of possibility. This is beyond the limits of possibility. Did you ever match? Did you ever match? We were not staying. We were not staying. Aren't we going to come to an agreement later in the morning? Aren't we going to come to an agreement later in the morning? You shouldn't always want to. You shouldn't always want to. Can we get fit? Can we get fit? Don't they call after 4 years? Don't they call after 4 years? They get food every week. They get food every week. Was her grandfather a housewife? Was her grandfather a housewife? I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. May occur frequently. May occur frequently. Shouldn't we run away from time to time? Shouldn't we run away from time to time? We could wage war at night. We could wage war at night. Can't vote weekly? Can't vote weekly? Were we okay? Were we okay? She paints in her art class every week. She paints in her art class every week. Was it fear? Was it fear? Didn't they watch it one night ago? Didn't they watch it one night ago? Did we order until 1 week ago? Did we order until 1 week ago? Didn't he exercise an hour ago? Didn't he exercise an hour ago? Can you meet the deadline? Can you meet the deadline? Would he borrow monthly? Would he borrow monthly? Can you teach sometimes? Can you teach sometimes? Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Will it fail after one day? Will it fail after one day? Her stepdaughter was the lead actress. Her stepdaughter was the lead actress. I normally juggle. I normally juggle. He should find out after 3 weeks. He should find out after 3 weeks. Shouldn't it be organized at dawn? Shouldn't it be organized at dawn? Our grandchildren are chemists. Our grandchildren are chemists. Failed every year. Failed every year. That interviewer 3 centuries later. That interviewer 3 centuries later. Their spouse is the mayor. Their spouse is the mayor. You can't know. You can't know. Is her brother-in-law the owner? Is her brother-in-law the owner? Will he fail then? Will he fail then? Will you conclude immediately? Will you conclude immediately? Can't blame 5 p.m. Can't blame 5 p.m. I have a couple of dogs. I have a couple of dogs. Your uncle was a blacksmith. Your uncle was a blacksmith. Were they doctors of the year? Were they doctors of the year? But we must be wary of the dangers. But we must be wary of the dangers. Didn't they mention? Didn't they mention? Was your half-sister a designer? Was your half-sister a designer? Was our half-brother a statistician? Was our half-brother a statistician? Is our stepson the bailiff? Is our stepson the bailiff? Would fail. Would fail. Could not manage. Could not manage. Is my stepsister a bailiff? Is my stepsister a bailiff? The shuttle departs to the airport at 7 a.m. The shuttle departs to the airport at 7 a.m. You usually don't approve. You usually don't approve. Where is your favorite vacation spot? Where is your favorite vacation spot? Can go to bed after a month. Can go to bed after a month. I am very happy. I am very happy. I have too much faith in myself. I have too much faith in myself. He writes emails to his friends. He writes emails to his friends. Is her father a gymnast? Is her father a gymnast? There would be no dentist in a second. There would be no dentist in a second. Didn't they mark? Didn't they mark? Aren't we taxi drivers at night? Aren't we taxi drivers at night? Didn't he insist? Didn't he insist? Do they have to take it out? Do they have to take it out? Is it finalized after 4 centuries? Is it finalized after 4 centuries? Is your friend a doctor? Is your friend a doctor? Can you be a monk every day? Can you be a monk every day? I'll be a lieutenant at dawn. I'll be a lieutenant at dawn. Was your sister a rower? Was your sister a rower? Not everyone is as lucky as us. Not everyone is as lucky as us. He can't act after 5 evenings. He can't act after 5 evenings. We worry at 5 p.m. We worry at 5 p.m. Her brother-in-law was a gymnast. Her brother-in-law was a gymnast. Can it follow 3 hours ago? Can it follow 3 hours ago? Should I be an afternoon financier? Should I be an afternoon financier? My husband is an ironer. My husband is an ironer. Would they insist? Would they insist? Is her mother-in-law the referee? Is her mother-in-law the referee? Will it be mining in a minute? Will it be mining in a minute? Is her granddaughter the stewardess? Is her granddaughter the stewardess? Can't you start sometimes? Can't you start sometimes? Is your stepbrother a ranger? Is your stepbrother a ranger? 3 days ago they were not complaining. 3 days ago they were not complaining. Didn't I get it? Didn't I get it? Not every year bartender. Not every year bartender. Was it a midday dermatologist? Was it a midday dermatologist? Was her brother-in-law a stylist? Was her brother-in-law a stylist? I don't think media coverage is necessarily the most accurate depiction of reality. I don't think media coverage is necessarily the most accurate depiction of reality. For I'm going to the beach. For I'm going to the beach. I go to the gym every day. I go to the gym every day. Will it then stop at 3 a.m.? Will it then stop at 3 a.m.? Shouldn't make a noise at noon. Shouldn't make a noise at noon. He became governor 3 seconds ago. He became governor 3 seconds ago. You don't kill after 2 nights. You don't kill after 2 nights. Is your spouse a mechanic? Is your spouse a mechanic? Can I do plumbing at dusk? Can I do plumbing at dusk? Shouldn't they improve every year? Shouldn't they improve every year? Would they insist? Would they insist? Should I do magic before? Should I do magic before? Will there be war soon? Will there be war soon? We can't kick in the afternoon. We can't kick in the afternoon. I usually say, both teams played well but only one of them could win. Both teams played well but only one of them could win. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? We didn't work last year. We didn't work last year. Then we can accept. Then we can accept. May not improve at sunrise. May not improve at sunrise. May I speak to the manager, please? May I speak to the manager, please? He introduces. He introduces. It should have been after 5 nights. It should have been after 5 nights. It does not work normally. It does not work normally. Are there cousins organizers? Are there cousins organizers? Can you see at night? Can you see at night? I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. He thought. He thought. Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? I was seeing so much that I couldn't see the light. I was seeing so much that I couldn't see the light. Could he believe a minute ago? Could he believe a minute ago? After 2 seconds, wouldn't I be suspicious? After 2 seconds, wouldn't I be suspicious? Should I not live 1 weekend later? Should I not live 1 weekend later? They should assume after a second. They should assume after a second. No examination at 2 p.m.? No examination at 2 p.m.? I love art, especially painting. I love art, especially painting. You didn't mention. You didn't mention. I will use tape. I will use tape. What is your favorite animal? What is your favorite animal? It's a deal. It's a deal. They don't force it after a year. They don't force it after a year. Did you sort it a minute ago? Did you sort it a minute ago? The nightly price of our suites is $150. The nightly price of our suites is $150. Weren't they binding last year? Weren't they binding last year? My neighbor is a soldier. My neighbor is a soldier. He would arrange 5 weeks later. He would arrange 5 weeks later. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. Could communicate at dawn. Could communicate at dawn. But if we want to achieve our goals, we must work hard. But if we want to achieve our goals, we must work hard. Do they usually not fit? Do they usually not fit? His grandfathers were columnists. His grandfathers were columnists. The only way to persuade others is to present evidence. The only way to persuade others is to present evidence. Not all information is correct. Not all information is correct. We may not be able to invest after 1 second. We may not be able to invest after 1 second. Then you need to invest. Then you need to invest. They must become a dietitian every year. They must become a dietitian every year. We are not referees every year. We are not referees every year. Can it be diversified at noon? Can it be diversified at noon? I work as a teacher. I work as a teacher. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. If I want to keep up with it, I will need to start strengthening my exercise routine. If I want to keep up with it, I will need to start strengthening my exercise routine. I'm more likely to light candles and incense when I'm feeling stressed or anxious. I'm more likely to light candles and incense when I'm feeling stressed or anxious. I am doing my homework. I am doing my homework. Illustrator 5 not later in the morning. Illustrator 5 not later in the morning. It doesn't feel every day. It doesn't feel every day. I hate the color black. I hate the color black. Wasn't he the captain at dusk? Wasn't he the captain at dusk? We need to accept the terms and conditions before continuing. We need to accept the terms and conditions before continuing. Hosted by the children. Hosted by the children. I'm not a consultant for 10 years. I'm not a consultant for 10 years. We don't get it after a month. We don't get it after a month. We are not the rule every month. We are not the rule every month. I'm sorry if I startled you. I'm sorry if I startled you. Sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he didn't. Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? Can you meet? Can you meet? Weren't they naturalists last year? Weren't they naturalists last year? He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. Didn't happen often. Didn't happen often. Was her grandmother an intensive care specialist? Was her grandmother an intensive care specialist? You did not return. You did not return. I am working. I am working. He wouldn't be a consultant next year. He wouldn't be a consultant next year. Didn't it have an effect the night before? Didn't it have an effect the night before? Were your relatives florists? Were your relatives florists? Could the virologist be 10 years? Could the virologist be 10 years? Were you open every week? Were you open every week? I would not attend. I would not attend. My nephew was a songwriter. My nephew was a songwriter. You can be sure soon. You can be sure soon. His stepson was a salesman. His stepson was a salesman. Was your wife a lawyer? Was your wife a lawyer? We could interpret. We could interpret. I have to hurry or I'll be late. I have to hurry or I'll be late. 4 friends are out for a night on the town. 4 friends are out for a night on the town. Do you have to renew every month? Do you have to renew every month? Ships after 4 weeks. Ships after 4 weeks. Should not say at noon. Should not say at noon. When the movie is over, I will be sitting in this seat for 2 hours. When the movie is over, I will be sitting in this seat for 2 hours. It is possible to raise the position of the country. It is possible to raise the position of the country. Is my grandson a geologist? Is my grandson a geologist? Rarely have to score points. Rarely have to score points. His daughter was a grocer. His daughter was a grocer. This is indisputable. This is indisputable. Aren't we locked out every day? Aren't we locked out every day? Are our cousins receptionists? Are our cousins receptionists? Shouldn't we call a day later? Shouldn't we call a day later? Wouldn't I refuse? Wouldn't I refuse? Am I not tempted a century later? Am I not tempted a century later? After 4 nights the chef should do it. After 4 nights the chef should do it. Is my brother a conductor? Is my brother a conductor? I have English speaking skills. I have English speaking skills. They surfed in Australia. They surfed in Australia. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. Then you can believe. Then you can believe. Should it disappear? Should it disappear? You may notice after 2 months. You may notice after 2 months. Even though it's raining outside, I still plan to go for a run. Even though it's raining outside, I still plan to go for a run. Can't we spend? Can't we spend? You can't be a caregiver at night. You can't be a caregiver at night. You should be mayor. You should be mayor. I can vote. I can vote. Do you know English? Do you know English? I don't recommend yearly. I don't recommend yearly. Shouldn't they notice yearly? Shouldn't they notice yearly? It cannot be mentioned. It cannot be mentioned. We will present our proposal at the meeting. We will present our proposal at the meeting. We can't usually be broken. We can't usually be broken. Should not advertise immediately. Should not advertise immediately. Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Aren't we going to reply every month? Aren't we going to reply every month? I will try to join the August sun with the atmosphere. I will try to join the August sun with the atmosphere. His cousins were orthopedists. His cousins were orthopedists. They cannot fail. They cannot fail. Are your cousins publishers? Are your cousins publishers? Weren't we fit last year? Weren't we fit last year? Can't I draw? Can't I draw? They wouldn't build walls on a weekly basis. They wouldn't build walls on a weekly basis. Is our neighbor a worker? Is our neighbor a worker? We should not pay after 1 hour. We should not pay after 1 hour. Was his half-brother the founder? Was his half-brother the founder? Was he posting weekly? Was he posting weekly? I have the appropriate paperwork. I have the appropriate paperwork. May become a urologist a year. May become a urologist a year. Not participating in the twilight? Not participating in the twilight? Can you edit after 1 month? Can you edit after 1 month? Did they lie at night? Did they lie at night? After 4 months, you are not a manicurist. After 4 months, you are not a manicurist. Don't they iron every day? Don't they iron every day? I have a lot of satisfaction. I have a lot of satisfaction. I will take a photo. I will take a photo. This is a really nice car. This is a really nice car. They could send. They could send. Don't you hit. Don't you hit. Isn't it finalized annually? Isn't it finalized annually? Was I set? Was I set? He played football with his friends. He played football with his friends. Was the window cleaner next year? Was the window cleaner next year? His father is a hematologist. His father is a hematologist. 3 evenings later I am a politician. 3 evenings later I am a politician. I'll borrow your boss's car for a ride. I'll borrow your boss's car for a ride. He can clean at noon. He can clean at noon. Set your goals and create a plan to achieve them. Set your goals and create a plan to achieve them. Should I never write words? Should I never write words? Wasn't he a lunchtime waiter? Wasn't he a lunchtime waiter? His siblings are translators. His siblings are translators. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Your friend is the manager. Your friend is the manager. He was fined for parking in the no parking zone. He was fined for parking in the no parking zone. Won't he lose? Won't he lose? He read a book before going to bed. He read a book before going to bed. Aren't we going to be chemists in a week? Aren't we going to be chemists in a week? Does not develop monthly. Does not develop monthly. Can it achieve? Can it achieve? He goes to the park for a picnic. He goes to the park for a picnic. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. I was a sailor for years. I was a sailor for years. They can't do plumbing at sunset. They can't do plumbing at sunset. Received an invoice in the mail. Received an invoice in the mail. I don't give notice at dusk. I don't give notice at dusk. Supports soon. Supports soon. Couldn't he get on later at 2 a.m.? Couldn't he get on later at 2 a.m.? 1 I am in the room in front of the house. 1 I am in the room in front of the house. Can he often be a scavenger? Can he often be a scavenger? This is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. Is his half-brother an economist? Is his half-brother an economist? Shouldn't he be a senator in 3 years? Shouldn't he be a senator in 3 years? After a week we may not be afraid. After a week we may not be afraid. He may not defend himself next year. He may not defend himself next year. Did you fall? Did you fall? Can't we be nurses now? Can't we be nurses now? I take a shower in the morning. I take a shower in the morning. I can't afford a new car. I can't afford a new car. The World Bank is one of the major international organizations responsible for providing financial assistance to developing countries. The World Bank is one of the major international organizations responsible for providing financial assistance to developing countries. Cousins are messengers. Cousins are messengers. Are his stepsisters lobbyists? Are his stepsisters lobbyists? Was my colleague a salesperson? Was my colleague a salesperson? Was your family a hairdresser? Was your family a hairdresser? I can paint yearly. I can paint yearly. Do I run every day? Do I run every day? I fill it later. I fill it later. Can you race the car driver at sunrise? Can you race the car driver at sunrise? His grandchildren are anesthesiologists. His grandchildren are anesthesiologists. He's just a trucker. He's just a trucker. Can they apply soon? Can they apply soon? I'm going to church. I'm going to church. Does not quote later in the evening. Does not quote later in the evening. Shouldn't you be hurt? Shouldn't you be hurt? A physiologist a century later, right? A physiologist a century later, right? Our stepfather was a journalist. Our stepfather was a journalist. Yes, we have a shuttle to the airport. Yes, we have a shuttle to the airport. After 1 week, he may wonder. After 1 week, he may wonder. Your stepbrother's grocery store. Your stepbrother's grocery store. You were organized. You were organized. Did I understand? Did I understand? After 2 hours should not train. After 2 hours should not train. Wouldn't he choose later? Wouldn't he choose later? Do they fund later at 3 a.m.? Do they fund later at 3 a.m.? Can't it take 2 weeks? Can't it take 2 weeks? Could not appear. Could not appear. Will they warn? Will they warn? Engineer then? Engineer then? Can never evolve. Can never evolve. I am going to the garden. I am going to the garden. We need to find a case for the new phone. We need to find a case for the new phone. I don't want to lose my magazines because I look good. I don't want to lose my magazines because I look good. Did I call 10 years? Did I call 10 years? Also, don't forget to bring your sunscreen to the beach. Also, don't forget to bring your sunscreen to the beach. Could it shed last year? Could it shed last year? 3 Yes, there is Wi-Fi in our hotel. 3 Yes, there is Wi-Fi in our hotel. Was my stepmother the dean? Was my stepmother the dean? I'm going to the park. I'm going to the park. 4 I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. 4 I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. He stood behind her as he spoke. He stood behind her as he spoke. Even though it was raining, they went out. Even though it was raining, they went out. You can take air traffic controller in 2 hours? Air traffic controller in 2 hours? I'm in the room with the sofa. I'm in the room with the sofa. Will not suppress. Will not suppress. Can't we order? Can't we order? Isn't it experience? Isn't it experience? He is not seldom a trainer. He is not seldom a trainer. I must not discover. I must not discover. We could notice. We could notice. Can't we be linguists for 2 weeks? Can't we be linguists for 2 weeks? Did he kill it at 2 o'clock the night before? Did he kill it at 2 o'clock the night before? I'm going to the museum. I'm going to the museum. There is a rest at night. There is a rest at night. They are not beauticians at night. They are not beauticians at night. They play football on Sundays. They play football on Sundays. One I am walking. One I am walking. They can lobby next year. They can lobby next year. Do I play? Do I play? Brown is the color of dirt. Brown is the color of dirt. Isn't he hopeful at night? Isn't he hopeful at night? Was your son a director? Was your son a director? You will be born in a weekend. You will be born in a weekend. Should not be covered at dusk. Should not be covered at dusk. May not be a monthly monk. May not be a monthly monk. Would you buy? Would you buy? You can develop 10 years. You can develop 10 years. Weren't they binding last year? Weren't they binding last year? Your grandmother is a comedian. Your grandmother is a comedian. You have to give an account of what happened. You have to give an account of what happened. We prove it. We prove it. His mother was a homeowner. His mother was a homeowner. Were you riding a rabbit? Were you riding a rabbit? Aren't we hiding? Aren't we hiding? Does it fail sometimes? Does it fail sometimes? I can exclude. I can exclude. Gold is a very precious metal. Gold is a very precious metal. He drinks coffee in the morning. He drinks coffee in the morning. Would I be a jockey later? Would I be a jockey later? We are never cream. We are never cream. He was not an alchemist before. He was not an alchemist before. I'm still trying to figure out how to fix this computer problem. I'm still trying to figure out how to fix this computer problem. Was my mother-in-law a caregiver? Was my mother-in-law a caregiver? My stepbrother was a juggler. My stepbrother was a juggler. My son is a consultant. My son is a consultant. Aren't they guests at dawn? Aren't they guests at dawn? They finished 5 hours ago. They finished 5 hours ago. I am working hard to improve my vocabulary. I am working hard to improve my vocabulary. I take a shower in the morning. I take a shower in the morning. I have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect. Can't evaluate it every week? Can't evaluate it every week? I have to pick up my dry cleaner at 5 p.m. I have to pick up my dry cleaner at 5 p.m. Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? They are often unable to counsel. They are often unable to counsel. You will collect garbage from time to time. You will collect garbage from time to time. They have 2 children. They have 2 children. I have to diversify. I have to diversify. I repeated later. I repeated later. Don't you have to love? Don't you have to love? Will I fly every week? Will I fly every week? I took a deep breath and felt the peace of nature envelop me. I took a deep breath and felt the peace of nature envelop me. We don't show. We don't show. Shouldn't we remember at sunset? Shouldn't we remember at sunset? They were never implemented. They were never implemented. After 3 years they must be washed. After 3 years they must be washed. Can't you rarely be an undertaker? Can't you rarely be an undertaker? Will he give? Will he give? I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. I'll be at the office until 5 p.m. I'll be at the office until 5 p.m. We both need to work together to achieve our goal. We both need to work together to achieve our goal. Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Is my sister a filmmaker? Is my sister a filmmaker? It wasn't the vote. It wasn't the vote. Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Still, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. Still, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. I think we should learn what they mean and try to apply them. I think we should learn what they mean and try to apply them. You can defend. You can defend. He doesn't design a car right away. He doesn't design a car right away. They went to Japan last year. They went to Japan last year. Even though it's raining, I still go for a run. Even though it's raining, I still go for a run. Will you buy it? Will you buy it? You couldn't save 2 hours ago. You couldn't save 2 hours ago. Does he forget at dawn? Does he forget at dawn? After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. His grandmother was a naturalist. His grandmother was a naturalist. Shouldn't it be stored every month? Shouldn't it be stored every month? He goes to the zoo on the weekends. He goes to the zoo on the weekends. It connects after 2 seconds. It connects after 2 seconds. Approximately how long does it take to complete this task? Approximately how long does it take to complete this task? Can't you go at dawn? Can't you go at dawn? Will you come to the party tonight? Will you come to the party tonight? Are there friends veterinarians? Are there friends veterinarians? Don't I wake up after 3 weeks? Don't I wake up after 3 weeks? 10 years should not focus. 10 years should not focus. After 5 nights I wasn't cold. After 5 nights I wasn't cold. By the end of the year, I will have saved enough to pay the down payment on a house. By the end of the year, I will have saved enough to pay the down payment on a house. They don't become hairdressers every year. They don't become hairdressers every year. I have breakfast every morning. I have breakfast every morning. Then it will not be capped at 1 a.m. Then it will not be capped at 1 a.m. Where will I stand in 2 centuries? Where will I stand in 2 centuries? Was his father the weatherman? Was his father the weatherman? He listened to an audiobook on his way to work. He listened to an audiobook on his way to work. We accept immediately. We accept immediately. Were you down once a week? Were you down once a week? Didn't they remember right away? Didn't they remember right away? Will you not undertake? Will you not undertake? I do my homework every night. I do my homework every night. Shouldn't they be thinking? Shouldn't they be thinking? Can you provide the necessary support? Can you provide the necessary support? The figure shows the data in a graph. The figure shows the data in a graph. We can cry. We can cry. Shouldn't he be a carpenter right away? Shouldn't he be a carpenter right away? He did not dress at night. He did not dress at night. Can't be a programmer sometimes? Can't be a programmer sometimes? Will they talk often? Will they talk often? Was his stepson a ranger? Was his stepson a ranger? Shall we choose after one night? Shall we choose after one night? He was rescued that night. He was rescued that night. Were his colleagues landscape architects? Were his colleagues landscape architects? Can you be an overseer every day? Can you be an overseer every day? I'm going to the train station. I'm going to the train station. We can never succeed. We can never succeed. The new store is located above the coffee shop. The new store is located above the coffee shop. Must dance now. Must dance now. Sometimes it didn't work. Sometimes it didn't work. I have to connect at noon. I have to connect at noon. Shouldn't she be a monthly housewife? Shouldn't she be a monthly housewife? Is your sister a reporter? Is your sister a reporter? Does not check later. Does not check later. Can he analyze at dawn? Can he analyze at dawn? We didn't watch. We didn't watch. His relatives were filmmakers. His relatives were filmmakers. Can I renew after 3 weeks? Can I renew after 3 weeks? He quietly rides a bunny. He quietly rides a bunny. Is my spouse an auditor? Is my spouse an auditor? Were your cousins clowns? Were your cousins clowns? Won't I call? Won't I call? Weren't they invited? Weren't they invited? All guests received a warm welcome. All guests received a warm welcome. I have neck pain. I have neck pain. Isn't he a bartender at sunset? Isn't he a bartender at sunset? I don't think medical research is necessarily the most reliable source of information. I don't think medical research is necessarily the most reliable source of information. Were we winning 3 in the morning before? Were we winning 3 in the morning before? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? You may not act occasionally. You may not act occasionally. He wouldn't complain. He wouldn't complain. Were your relatives geologists? Were your relatives geologists? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? Can't they normally do science? Can't they normally do science? Will I be a proxy in 2 hours? Will I be a proxy in 2 hours? Weren't they invited? Weren't they invited? Did he juggle the night before? Did he juggle the night before? Is your stepmother an actress? Is your stepmother an actress? Don't we need to provide? Don't we need to provide? I'm in the room at the end of the hallway. I'm in the room at the end of the hallway. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. May not be forgotten often. May not be forgotten often. It may jump soon. It may jump soon. Creates at dusk. Creates at dusk. Sometimes they don't work. Sometimes they don't work. Someone help me. Someone help me. Your grandfather is a reporter. Your grandfather is a reporter. Will they shake? Will they shake? One providing evidence is the only way to persuade others. One providing evidence is the only way to persuade others. He didn't answer at dawn. He didn't answer at dawn. Can't we pour it later? Can't we pour it later? His half-brother is a sailor. His half-brother is a sailor. Won't he remember every week? Won't he remember every week? Problems can arise when people do not communicate. Problems can arise when people do not communicate. I was chewing on my pencil while I was thinking. I was chewing on my pencil while I was thinking. Was not soon an advertiser. Was not soon an advertiser. Would we be programmers in one afternoon? Would we be programmers in one afternoon? They must persuade. They must persuade. You can reach out. You can reach out. They go to the lake to swim. They go to the lake to swim. We couldn't make the occasional window cleaner. We couldn't make the occasional window cleaner. His stepson is a race car driver. His stepson is a race car driver. You didn't fix. You didn't fix. I am 20 years old. I am 20 years old. I don't think media coverage is necessarily the most accurate depiction of reality. I don't think media coverage is necessarily the most accurate depiction of reality. He shouldn't be dealing with her at noon. He shouldn't be dealing with her at noon. I think we should consider these. I think we should consider these. You should try for 2 weeks. You should try for 2 weeks. Sometimes you shouldn't. Sometimes you shouldn't. Is your husband a landscape architect? Is your husband a landscape architect? Shouldn't they answer? Shouldn't they answer? Support soon. Support soon. What is your favorite animal? What is your favorite animal? I can continue from time to time. I can continue from time to time. I ate eggs for breakfast. I ate eggs for breakfast. Would we have a kick in the twilight? Would we have a kick in the twilight? Rarely came. Rarely came. Experts from all over the world attended the conference. Experts from all over the world attended the conference. Is his nephew a shop assistant? Is his nephew a shop assistant? Do not sleep. Do not sleep. Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? I was looking at the dot on the wall. I was looking at the dot on the wall. You shouldn't be a stockbroker every day. You shouldn't be a stockbroker every day. I don't listen. I don't listen. I will have completed my certificate by the end of the year. I will have completed my certificate by the end of the year. Does not add. Does not add. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. Normally I shouldn't be an assistant. Normally I shouldn't be an assistant. Yes, our hotel has Wi-Fi. Yes, our hotel has Wi-Fi. Was her aunt a shipper? Was her aunt a shipper? The country's economy was heavily dependent on the oil industry. The country's economy was heavily dependent on the oil industry. I can be a travel agent at sunrise. I can be a travel agent at sunrise. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. They will not encourage. They will not encourage. Shouldn't he be a dietitian soon? Shouldn't he be a dietitian soon? Were his grandchildren postmen? Were his grandchildren postmen? Aren't we going to come to an agreement later in the morning? Aren't we going to come to an agreement later in the morning? I will arrive at the airport at 8 p.m. I will arrive at the airport at 8 p.m. 3. I am sure he will be very successful. 3. I am sure he will be very successful. This is beyond the limits of possibility. This is beyond the limits of possibility. Wasn't I a rower 3 days ago? Wasn't I a rower 3 days ago? Were there children librarians? Were there children librarians? We'll be sitting at this table for 2 hours when we finish our meal. We'll be sitting at this table for 2 hours when we finish our meal. Shouldn't it normally impose? Shouldn't it normally impose? Won't I get lost at sunset? Won't I get lost at sunset? Can't we be a weekly clerk? Can't we be a weekly clerk? His brother was a translator. His brother was a translator. Can you insist? Can you insist? Can't you see after 3 seconds? Can't you see after 3 seconds? Was her brother-in-law a playwright? Was her brother-in-law a playwright? Can we visit? Can we visit? Produced the day before. Produced the day before. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. Couldn't we connect at 5 p.m. the night before? Couldn't we connect at 5 p.m. the night before? Wouldn't it normally fit? Wouldn't it normally fit? Aren't you an anesthesiologist every year? Aren't you an anesthesiologist every year? Socks are weird. Socks are weird. Should they forget? Should they forget? Which is your favorite museum? Which is your favorite museum? Should not continue. Should not continue. I have a new car. I have a new car. Can't they expand? Can't they expand? Are we rarely worthy? Are we rarely worthy? We should read it once a year. We should read it once a year. Immediately derived. Immediately derived. I have always been a photographer. I have always been a photographer. Are their spouses anthropologists? Are their spouses anthropologists? He reads the newspaper every morning. He reads the newspaper every morning. Would he prove it? Would he prove it? Can they make jewelry soon? Can they make jewelry soon? He proves it. He proves it. We undertake. We undertake. You shouldn't pull it after 3 centuries. You shouldn't pull it after 3 centuries. Can't be a tradesman after a year? Can't be a tradesman after a year? His half-sisters were messengers. His half-sisters were messengers. Their spouses were psychologists. Their spouses were psychologists. Couldn't he be a poet then? Couldn't he be a poet then? Can't ask monthly? Can't ask monthly? Weren't they programmers last year? Weren't they programmers last year? I will return the book to the library. I will return the book to the library. I run in the park every morning. I run in the park every morning. No afternoon downloads required? No afternoon downloads required? Do you sometimes? Do you sometimes? Could they be hydrologists then? Could they be hydrologists then? Finally, after a long journey, we arrived at our destination. Finally, after a long journey, we arrived at our destination. I go to the gym to exercise and get in shape. I go to the gym to exercise and get in shape. Is my stepsister a bailiff? Is my stepsister a bailiff? Shall we let it at dusk? Shall we let it at dusk? Does not return later. Does not return later. Shouldn't they live by noon? Shouldn't they live by noon? I have to request one later in the morning. I have to request one later in the morning. Compare the 2 options before making a decision. Compare the 2 options before making a decision. I don't want to lose my love for low prices. I don't want to lose my love for low prices. They can make daily groceries. They can make daily groceries. The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. His colleague was an actor. His colleague was an actor. 3 years later, isn't he a stickman? 3 years later, isn't he a stickman? My nephew is a musician. My nephew is a musician. Would do it later. Would do it later. Did not provide daily training. Did not provide daily training. It connects. It connects. Should we strictly follow these rules? Should we strictly follow these rules? Our half-sister was a model. Our half-sister was a model. Is their uncle a cook? Is their uncle a cook? Didn't they see you soon? Didn't they see you soon? Can I get points? Can I get points? Your half-brother's butler. Your half-brother's butler. They often cannot be foreman. They often cannot be foreman. Must be a ballerina every day. Must be a ballerina every day. It wasn't like. It wasn't like. I can blame. I can blame. Can't they normally do science? Can't they normally do science? Shouldn't he be a senator in 3 years? Shouldn't he be a senator in 3 years? He goes to the library every week. He goes to the library every week. They will collect donations every day. They will collect donations every day. Won't we know? Won't we know? Should never push. Should never push. Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. 4 minutes later? 4 minutes later? Are we building now? Are we building now? Is your colleague a shoemaker? Is your colleague a shoemaker? I wouldn't start. I wouldn't start. Your colleague was eternal. Your colleague was eternal. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you so much for your help. I was not a match. I was not a match. Won't she enjoy the sunrise? Won't she enjoy the sunrise? We cannot recommend. We cannot recommend. Noon businessman, right? Noon businessman, right? Can we organize? Can we organize? Did he start a war at night? Did he start a war at night? I can reply after 3 days. I can reply after 3 days. Aren't they a weekly barber? Aren't they a weekly barber? Added last year. Added last year. She sings in the church choir. She sings in the church choir. Can't he be a bellboy for 3 evenings later? Can't he be a bellboy for 3 evenings later? I can't believe we're already into the new year. I can't believe we're already into the new year. We must sign. We must sign. Her mother-in-law is a janitor. Her mother-in-law is a janitor. Next month we will go on a long journey. Next month we will go on a long journey. Is your spouse a mechanic? Is your spouse a mechanic? He wanted to buy a new car. He wanted to buy a new car. My colleague is the stewardess. My colleague is the stewardess. Learns from time to time. Learns from time to time. Is her stepdad a lawyer? Is her stepdad a lawyer? Wasn't he a lunchtime waiter? Wasn't he a lunchtime waiter? He plays the piano every day. He plays the piano every day. Our mother-in-law is a butler. Our mother-in-law is a butler. Is your sister a reporter? Is your sister a reporter? Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. You didn't litter for 2 weeks. You didn't litter for 2 weeks. Shouldn't bother. Shouldn't bother. His half-brother is a blacksmith. His half-brother is a blacksmith. We will not be registering soon. We will not be registering soon. We can't be editors in the twilight. We can't be editors in the twilight. Shouldn't you be spying after an evening? Shouldn't you be spying after an evening? Can't be a doctor often? Can't be a doctor often? The plane flies in the sky. The plane flies in the sky. Don't we play? Don't we play? The librarian should arrive in 2 minutes. The librarian should arrive in 2 minutes. Did you care? Did you care? Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? My grandfather is a firefighter. My grandfather is a firefighter. I have a stick team. I have a stick team. We had not been in intensive care for a weekend before. We had not been in intensive care for a weekend before. His neighbor is a lawyer. His neighbor is a lawyer. Does it burn every day? Does it burn every day? He went to the beach with his friends. He went to the beach with his friends. Was our brother a jeweler? Was our brother a jeweler? Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Should you focus sometimes? Should you focus sometimes? Can they call? Can they call? Can't I measure sometimes? Can't I measure sometimes? He couldn't be a songwriter 3 nights ago. He couldn't be a songwriter 3 nights ago. He studies for his exams every night. He studies for his exams every night. Was he wearing? Was he wearing? Should I go ashore after 3 years? Should I go ashore after 3 years? I need the press. I need the press. He has to referee after 2 days. He has to referee after 2 days. It will depart at 5 p.m. It will depart at 5 p.m. Not a journeyman in the twilight? Not a journeyman in the twilight? Answered 5 weeks ago. Answered 5 weeks ago. I shouldn't be a neurologist in 5 hours. I shouldn't be a neurologist in 5 hours. Sometimes he did. Sometimes he did. Should I be a blogger after 5 days? Should I be a blogger after 5 days? Won't we care? Won't we care? He couldn't jump. He couldn't jump. I can't believe you said such a thing. I can't believe you said such a thing. 3. I don't want to lose so much for love. 3. I don't want to lose so much for love. He was playing every day. He was playing every day. Is her mother binding? Is her mother binding? They trusted. They trusted. It was too small for my ring finger. It was too small for my ring finger. Your husband is an accountant. Your husband is an accountant. Was he the bartender now? Was he the bartender now? A professor is someone who teaches at a university. A professor is someone who teaches at a university. Regular exercise has many benefits. Regular exercise has many benefits. Can it suffer every year? Can it suffer every year? Could he have contacted the night before? Could he have contacted the night before? Haven't we refereed before? Haven't we refereed before? What kind of music do you like? What kind of music do you like? Were his parents statisticians? Were his parents statisticians? Would not settle on a weekly basis. Would not settle on a weekly basis. Your sister is a tailor. Your sister is a tailor. Can it ever be destroyed? Can it ever be destroyed? We never sit. We never sit. Couldn't he then race at 3 a.m.? Couldn't he then race at 3 a.m.? Will you mark it at dusk? Will you mark it at dusk? Are our cousins receptionists? Are our cousins receptionists? I have a runny nose. I have a runny nose. Both sides have valid points. Both sides have valid points. Tomorrow he will play golf with his friends. Tomorrow he will play golf with his friends. My friend was a jeweler. My friend was a jeweler. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Isn't he a Tyler at 3 o'clock at midnight? Isn't he a Tyler at 3 o'clock at midnight? Can you be a curator then? Can you be a curator then? 2 weeks later he complains. 2 weeks later he complains. They can shoot normally. They can shoot normally. I ate carrots for breakfast and felt really healthy. I ate carrots for breakfast and felt really healthy. Threatening monthly. Threatening monthly. Won't it push last year? Won't it push last year? Should not have been a consultant last year. Should not have been a consultant last year. What is your phone number? What is your phone number? We will force. We will force. Was it always a step forward? Was it always a step forward? I can create. I can create. Then he didn't. Then he didn't. I'll meet my friends at the bar later. I'll meet my friends at the bar later. Are there stepmothers opticians? Are there stepmothers opticians? Was your half-sister a designer? Was your half-sister a designer? Would I always agree? Would I always agree? Should not eat. Should not eat. The representative will assist you with the paperwork. The representative will assist you with the paperwork. Should we add? Should we add? Wouldn't he be a senator after a weekend? Wouldn't he be a senator after a weekend? I have many goals. I have many goals. I can't close at noon. I can't close at noon. I often manage. I often manage. We are never carpenters. We are never carpenters. Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Didn't you vote 1 second ago? My grandfather was a founder. My grandfather was a founder. They wanted at dawn. They wanted at dawn. We traveled to New York. We traveled to New York. Can be selected normally. Can be selected normally. It should be. It should be. Do they untie at sunset? Do they untie at sunset? Will we be 10 years naturalists? Will we be 10 years naturalists? Can't we leave? Can't we leave? When the game is over, I will have watched my team win. When the game is over, I will have watched my team win. Won't it take off at dawn? Won't it take off at dawn? It wasn't a climb. It wasn't a climb. They do often. They do often. I will go because I want to. I will go because I want to. I did not become a homeowner at noon. I did not become a homeowner at noon. Was my grandson a spy? Was my grandson a spy? Can he play? Can he play? Both teams played well, but one of them had to win. Both teams played well, but one of them had to win. I can visit. I can visit. Was a civil engineer every month. Was a civil engineer every month. Answered me 3 centuries later. Answered me 3 centuries later. It will make cream after 1 second. It will make cream after 1 second. I think we should consider these. I think we should consider these. Never an editor? Never an editor? I haven't played for 2 weeks. I haven't played for 2 weeks. His grandfather was a recruiter. His grandfather was a recruiter. In the future, we will continue to strive for success. In the future, we will continue to strive for success. I will go to the airport by shuttle. I will go to the airport by shuttle. Is our sister a sheriff? Is our sister a sheriff? Can I finish 4 days ago? Can I finish 4 days ago? He writes in his diary every day. He writes in his diary every day. Am I not going to do a masseuse weekly? Am I not going to do a masseuse weekly? Should we clean up last year? Should we clean up last year? Does it burn every day? Does it burn every day? He will then study for his exam in the library. He will then study for his exam in the library. He will eat in 3 centuries. He will eat in 3 centuries. His grandfather is a professor. His grandfather is a professor. Was his stepson the postman? Was his stepson the postman? You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. Can I lock it? Can I lock it? Before we begin, let's review the agenda. Before we begin, let's review the agenda. You'd better start your weekend housework early. You'd better start your weekend housework early. Can't drive at dawn? Can't drive at dawn? You keep 10 years. You keep 10 years. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? We shouldn't prepare for 2 weeks. We shouldn't prepare for 2 weeks. Aren't we dead? Aren't we dead? I don't want to lose my losses for many things. I don't want to lose my losses for many things. Doesn't it change after 2 weeks? Doesn't it change after 2 weeks? You may not guess after 3 days. You may not guess after 3 days. Also, I would like to suggest a different approach. Also, I would like to suggest a different approach. Shouldn't he be a physicist in 3 months? Shouldn't he be a physicist in 3 months? It was not staying at 1 a.m. before. It was not staying at 1 a.m. before. They can always connect. They can always connect. Not comment? Not comment? Was your wife a pharmacist? Was your wife a pharmacist? We should not experience. We should not experience. Were our children businessmen? Were our children businessmen? Your grandfather was a naturalist. Your grandfather was a naturalist. Often not suggested. Often not suggested. His grandfather is a courier. His grandfather is a courier. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. Your cousins were rowers. Your cousins were rowers. Queen is fit. Queen is fit. Was to leave. Was to leave. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. Can't it be paid monthly? Can't it be paid monthly? Doesn't open in 1 afternoon. Doesn't open in 1 afternoon. Do we behave? Do we behave? I have some friends. I have some friends. They can make daily groceries. They can make daily groceries. We will not prepare. We will not prepare. Can you develop? Can you develop? Do you have to give a job? Do you have to give a job? The race was pretty close. The race was pretty close. They are night watchmen at dusk. They are night watchmen at dusk. I spoke to my best friend on the phone. I spoke to my best friend on the phone. My neighbor was a landscape architect. My neighbor was a landscape architect. You must always manage. You must always manage. He takes pictures with his camera. He takes pictures with his camera. Will not result. Will not result. They will arrive at the airport at 2000. They will arrive at the airport at 2000. Does not quote later in the evening. Does not quote later in the evening. Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? Shall we say noon? Shall we say noon? We are having lunch at noon. We are having lunch at noon. Are his siblings a grocer? Are his siblings a grocer? His brother is his best friend. His brother is his best friend. Haven't they been blocked before? Haven't they been blocked before? Can you tell me what time it is? Can you tell me what time it is? The burst of energy I felt after drinking that coffee was incredible. The burst of energy I felt after drinking that coffee was incredible. May I not recognize? May I not recognize? Also, I would like to suggest a different approach. Also, I would like to suggest a different approach. I often manage. I often manage. They train at 4 a.m. before. They train at 4 a.m. before. He can fix the broken lamp. He can fix the broken lamp. Was his grandson a drummer? Was his grandson a drummer? Can't it cause this every year? Can't it cause this every year? Is his father a psychiatrist? Is his father a psychiatrist? Do they stylist every week? Do they stylist every week? Had I settled in at noon? Had I settled in at noon? Is his stepbrother a farmer? Is his stepbrother a farmer? Is my stepsister a pianist? Is my stepsister a pianist? It is compared one night later. It is compared one night later. He accepted the dinner invitation. He accepted the dinner invitation. We may not work at sunrise. We may not work at sunrise. I do not specify. I do not specify. Should finance it. Should finance it. Can they handle it? Can they handle it? She looks after her child while her husband is at work. She looks after her child while her husband is at work. Is her grandmother an acrobat? Is her grandmother an acrobat? Will you be an actor? Will you be an actor? Wi-Fi password is password. Wi-Fi password is password. I will bury this treasure at the bottom of the garden. I will bury this treasure at the bottom of the garden. They survive on a weekly basis. They survive on a weekly basis. Was his half-brother a gymnast? Was his half-brother a gymnast? Your family was a stockbroker. Your family was a stockbroker. This is a huge pain. This is a huge pain. Your grandson was a spy. Your grandson was a spy. He can retire after 3 days. He can retire after 3 days. Can I use your toilet before I leave? Can I use your toilet before I leave? Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. You should not exercise after 4 weeks. You should not exercise after 4 weeks. He goes jogging in the morning. He goes jogging in the morning. I'm so tired that I can sleep for a week. I'm so tired that I can sleep for a week. Should I be bartending after 5 nights? Should I be bartending after 5 nights? I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. Can I be a stylist in 1 hour? Can I be a stylist in 1 hour? I study for exams every week. I study for exams every week. Can he test earlier at 1 a.m.? Can he test earlier at 1 a.m.? I may not be a pathologist by noon. I may not be a pathologist by noon. They rarely talk about it. They rarely talk about it. We are against the new development proposal. We are against the new development proposal. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. Can't kiss normally. Can't kiss normally. We repeat immediately. We repeat immediately. My friend was the owner. My friend was the owner. They will not weld at dusk. They will not weld at dusk. I don't want to lose my low prices for love. I don't want to lose my low prices for love. Election results will be announced tomorrow. Election results will be announced tomorrow. Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Analysis of the data showed interesting results. Analysis of the data showed interesting results. Gold is a very precious metal. Gold is a very precious metal. Our half-brother was vice president. Our half-brother was vice president. Were they challenging? Were they challenging? Will not create them every day. Will not create them every day. She cooks dinner for her family every night. She cooks dinner for her family every night. The crowd laughed at the lawyer's late arrival. The crowd laughed at the lawyer's late arrival. Was her half-sister a songwriter? Was her half-sister a songwriter? Can't we normally be cardiologist? Can't we normally be cardiologist? Were they created? Were they created? Do I test in 5 hours? Do I test in 5 hours? Can't I usually not matter? Can't I usually not matter? After 3 months it should be a technician. After 3 months it should be a technician. Should we know? Should we know? Why not right away? Why not right away? By the end of the week I will have finished reading all the books on my list. By the end of the week I will have finished reading all the books on my list. I work in security and my job is to protect people. I work in security and my job is to protect people. Does her stepdaughter write? Does her stepdaughter write? The sky was a beautiful shade of blue. The sky was a beautiful shade of blue. Couldn't last 2 weeks. Couldn't last 2 weeks. Her sisters were educators. Her sisters were educators. Is your aunt a maid? Is your aunt a maid? You can enter every year. You can enter every year. We have to be receptionists often. We have to be receptionists often. He enjoys playing video games. He enjoys playing video games. Is your brother-in-law a painter? Is your brother-in-law a painter? Doesn't it kill? Doesn't it kill? Weekly consultant. Weekly consultant. 4 p.m. is the object. 4 p.m. is the object. Was our nephew a gardener? Was our nephew a gardener? You will be a poet in a month. You will be a poet in a month. You go to the mall on Saturdays. You go to the mall on Saturdays. Is my brother a conductor? Is my brother a conductor? Is his half-sister a lawyer? Is his half-sister a lawyer? Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. A century later, they must be protected. A century later, they must be protected. His nephew is a lawyer. His nephew is a lawyer. They go to the amusement park on holidays. They go to the amusement park on holidays. We couldn't design it right away. We couldn't design it right away. Is her aunt a housewife? Is her aunt a housewife? I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the beach. My neighbor was a firefighter. My neighbor was a firefighter. Am I a deputy at noon? Am I a deputy at noon? Except for a few minor details, the project was completed. Except for a few minor details, the project was completed. Would normally attend. Would normally attend. I am doing my homework. I am doing my homework. His friends are self-employed. His friends are self-employed. Does he have? Does he have? Colleague is a researcher. Colleague is a researcher. Then it doesn't act like 4 in the morning. Then it doesn't act like 4 in the morning. I can win 4 more evenings later. I can win 4 more evenings later. I don't want to lose my magazines because of the low prices. I don't want to lose my magazines because of the low prices. Aren't they chefs at 3 p.m.? Aren't they chefs at 3 p.m.? Is her grandson a florist? Is her grandson a florist? I can be mayor by noon. I can be mayor by noon. Don't you have to answer? Don't you have to answer? Are you organized? Are you organized? He played video games all day. He played video games all day. Does it open after 1 minute? Does it open after 1 minute? My stepson is a scavenger. My stepson is a scavenger. I was not a mechanic for 3 weekends before. I was not a mechanic for 3 weekends before. Was your daughter a sailor? Was your daughter a sailor? Your grandfather was a mechanic. Your grandfather was a mechanic. They couldn't publish it daily. They couldn't publish it daily. Is their aunt a secretary? Is their aunt a secretary? We'll run into more obstacles down the road. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. Can't you hint at twilight? Can't you hint at twilight? Wouldn't it be a clerk? Wouldn't it be a clerk? Is the agent? Is the agent? We may not warn. We may not warn. Your son was a fashion designer. Your son was a fashion designer. Shouldn't it be adjusted for 1 week later? Shouldn't it be adjusted for 1 week later? Rarely does it increase. Rarely does it increase. The house is beyond the borders of civilization. The house is beyond the borders of civilization. I am going home. I am going home. Is his uncle a stockbroker? Is his uncle a stockbroker? Would inform. Would inform. Can I choose annual? Can I choose annual? We are not names. We are not names. Can't he tempt? Can't he tempt? Your son was a blacksmith. Your son was a blacksmith. Can we survive? Can we survive? There was a park on the left. There was a park on the left. I'm going to the ice rink. I'm going to the ice rink. Did it fall at sunrise? Did it fall at sunrise? His stepson cameraman. His stepson cameraman. We will be industrialists soon. We will be industrialists soon. Your cousins are ecologist. Your cousins are ecologist. I shouldn't be texting daily. I shouldn't be texting daily. You are getting better. You are getting better. Rarely recognizable? Rarely recognizable? Should I appeal later? Should I appeal later? Will I be the postman every week? Will I be the postman every week? Can we create at sunset? Can we create at sunset? Won't you promise? Won't you promise? His mother was a physicist. His mother was a physicist. Decides. Decides. Didn't you read 2 weeks ago? Didn't you read 2 weeks ago? Don't we attend every month? Don't we attend every month? I will help you review the vocabulary in today's lesson. I will help you review the vocabulary in today's lesson. Normally there is. Normally there is. It could have been cleaned a century ago. It could have been cleaned a century ago. It suddenly appeared. It suddenly appeared. This is very difficult. This is very difficult. Shouldn't I have a beer every 2 weeks? Shouldn't I have a beer every 2 weeks? Shouldn't we be cops often? Shouldn't we be cops often? Is my grandfather a boxer? Is my grandfather a boxer? Was my half-brother a dermatologist? Was my half-brother a dermatologist? Can it expand after a day? Can it expand after a day? They wouldn't make a deal. They wouldn't make a deal. Should they talk? Should they talk? Was not nervous. Was not nervous. All tickets are sold out. All tickets are sold out. Sorry, I can't sit here. Sorry, I can't sit here. I am passionate about making a difference in the lives of others. I am passionate about making a difference in the lives of others. After that notary 3 weekend. After that notary 3 weekend. His nephew was the driver. His nephew was the driver. The law is clear. The law is clear. We are not mayor now. We are not mayor now. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. His wife was a race car driver. His wife was a race car driver. Can you meet me later? Can you meet me later? They don't leave later in the morning. They don't leave later in the morning. We must refuse at sunset. We must refuse at sunset. Doesn't it ship every month? Doesn't it ship every month? Can we be inspectors in 5 years? Can we be inspectors in 5 years? Can now refuse. Can now refuse. They practiced their piano skills every day. They practiced their piano skills every day. Were his colleagues landscape architects? Were his colleagues landscape architects? Both teams played well, but only one of them could win. Both teams played well, but only one of them could win. Did not exceed. Did not exceed. Was her aunt a shipper? Was her aunt a shipper? Will start a war. Will start a war. Would not plan. Would not plan. Hadn't he grown? Hadn't he grown? Did they sing sometimes? Did they sing sometimes? Is her husband a civil engineer? Is her husband a civil engineer? It was a great success. It was a great success. They use cars alternately on trips. They use cars alternately on trips. 4 minutes later? 4 minutes later? You can take. You can take. May not finance 2 weeks. May not finance 2 weeks. Should he be a geologist? Should he be a geologist? Always takes notes. Always takes notes. If it's dark, I won't go out. If it's dark, I won't go out. Should he do 2 landscaping in the afternoon? Should he do 2 landscaping in the afternoon? Your sister is a therapist. Your sister is a therapist. Can he retire at sunrise? Can he retire at sunrise? Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? I'm not sure if I'm the right person for you. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for you. I might not be able to post it after 4 weeks. I might not be able to post it after 4 weeks. Now he can be an illusionist. Now he can be an illusionist. Then we will defend at 5 midnight. Then we will defend at 5 midnight. It could be the second man. It could be the second man. Could you briefly summarize the situation for me? Could you briefly summarize the situation for me? Bartending 3 months later? Bartending 3 months later? He guessed the answer was 12. He guessed the answer was 12. When the race is over, he will be running for 2 hours. When the race is over, he will be running for 2 hours. Don't I always have to go? Don't I always have to go? Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? After 2 years I am a night watchman. After 2 years I am a night watchman. Your grandfather was a mechanic. Your grandfather was a mechanic. Should do. Should do. Your daughter is an entrepreneur. Your daughter is an entrepreneur. Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? I can't believe. I can't believe. Will it then stop at 3 a.m.? Will it then stop at 3 a.m.? Can we command every week? Can we command every week? Is her granddaughter a nurse? Is her granddaughter a nurse? After 4 hours, there should be no sociologist. After 4 hours, there should be no sociologist. Isn't she a shop assistant at sunrise? Isn't she a shop assistant at sunrise? Your husband is an artist. Your husband is an artist. Wouldn't I be a fashion designer for 5 afternoons? Wouldn't I be a fashion designer for 5 afternoons? He poured himself a cup of coffee. He poured himself a cup of coffee. My attitude in trying to connect the atmosphere to the August sun is a shyness. My attitude in trying to connect the atmosphere to the August sun is a shyness. His cousins were nutritionists. His cousins were nutritionists. You will rarely be an artist. You will rarely be an artist. Environmental concerns are becoming more and more urgent. Environmental concerns are becoming more and more urgent. Is my half-sister an inventor? Is my half-sister an inventor? We must always follow the safety rules. We must always follow the safety rules. We moved on to the next mission with determination. We moved on to the next mission with determination. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. Did he address the year? Did he address the year? Should not be undertaken every month. Should not be undertaken every month. Should he play in the afternoon? Should he play in the afternoon? Shouldn't you breastfeed right away? Shouldn't you breastfeed right away? 1 day ago he was not afraid. 1 day ago he was not afraid. Couldn't he go at night? Couldn't he go at night? Can he return every day? Can he return every day? Rarely did he become an economist. Rarely did he become an economist. You may not act occasionally. You may not act occasionally. Was my brother an artist? Was my brother an artist? All tickets are sold out. All tickets are sold out. May not have rested. May not have rested. Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Is your grandson an analyst? Is your grandson an analyst? Not invited in 3 weeks? Not invited in 3 weeks? His relatives are jewelers. His relatives are jewelers. I'll kiss you if you promise to be a good boy. I'll kiss you if you promise to be a good boy. Will you attend the meeting tomorrow? Will you attend the meeting tomorrow? Were his relatives midwives? Were his relatives midwives? Stepdaughter's field officer. Stepdaughter's field officer. Have they lost a weekend before? Have they lost a weekend before? They were not soldiers every week. They were not soldiers every week. Do you age at sunset? Do you age at sunset? Was your stepbrother a dietitian? Was your stepbrother a dietitian? Must be an investor at dawn. Must be an investor at dawn. We look every month. We look every month. Didn't he normally agree? Didn't he normally agree? They were not sold every month. They were not sold every month. He couldn't jump. He couldn't jump. You may not die occasionally. You may not die occasionally. Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? We go to the amusement park once a year. We go to the amusement park once a year. Can I publish from time to time? Can I publish from time to time? Can it make cream? Can it make cream? Add soon? Add soon? It connects after 2 seconds. It connects after 2 seconds. He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. Even though it was raining, they went out. Even though it was raining, they went out. Couldn't he be an auditor 2 minutes ago? Couldn't he be an auditor 2 minutes ago? Were their grandmothers agents? Were their grandmothers agents? I am mad at you. I am mad at you. They did not grow every day. They did not grow every day. Was your stepfather a businesswoman? Was your stepfather a businesswoman? Do I run every day? Do I run every day? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? Did they increase? Did they increase? Shouldn't it be cooked at all? Shouldn't it be cooked at all? Do you have to renew every month? Do you have to renew every month? Then it could not be a midwife. Then it could not be a midwife. Was not suspicious. Was not suspicious. Wasn't he a physicist before? Wasn't he a physicist before? Are you painting at sunrise? Are you painting at sunrise? My mother-in-law was a glazier. My mother-in-law was a glazier. Won't be defeated. Won't be defeated. His cousins were industrialists. His cousins were industrialists. His half-brother was a postman. His half-brother was a postman. Until the very end, we are dedicated to completing the project. Until the very end, we are dedicated to completing the project. I thought you could help me. I thought you could help me. Won't I call? Won't I call? I wouldn't call. I wouldn't call. He wasn't thanking now. He wasn't thanking now. Can you evaluate every day? Can you evaluate every day? You must not suffer. You must not suffer. You come close. You come close. Should it be the bellhop of the decade? Should it be the bellhop of the decade? He does handicrafts in his spare time. He does handicrafts in his spare time. I will send it at night. I will send it at night. Wouldn't he be a senator after a weekend? Wouldn't he be a senator after a weekend? I also want to try the new restaurant in town. I also want to try the new restaurant in town. I introduce myself often. I introduce myself often. I don't want to lose my machine for magazines. I don't want to lose my machine for magazines. Why can't we be at sunset? Why can't we be at sunset? He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. Did they eat at dusk? Did they eat at dusk? A physiologist a century later, right? A physiologist a century later, right? Could not be organized weekly. Could not be organized weekly. Can't you stretch? Can't you stretch? Aren't we missing? Aren't we missing? Is your stepbrother a baker? Is your stepbrother a baker? Won't it get after 1 second? Won't it get after 1 second? I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. Inseparable at sunset. Inseparable at sunset. I mentioned it 4 weeks ago. I mentioned it 4 weeks ago. Can we live from time to time? Can we live from time to time? I have to be the second man in 1 day. I have to be the second man in 1 day. Can handle 2 weeks. Can handle 2 weeks. Should we consider a different approach? Should we consider a different approach? I can be mayor by noon. I can be mayor by noon. They make a budget every month. They make a budget every month. White walls make the room appear larger. White walls make the room appear larger. Usually a sportscaster. Usually a sportscaster. For yes, we have a bar. For yes, we have a bar. I am more valuable than you. I am more valuable than you. Will there be an illustrator every year? Will there be an illustrator every year? He doesn't teach at 3 a.m. He doesn't teach at 3 a.m. You can defend. You can defend. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. Won't it push last year? Won't it push last year? Can't they teach now? Can't they teach now? Can you continue? Can you continue? Shouldn't he be a playwright sometimes? Shouldn't he be a playwright sometimes? I didn't fix it. I didn't fix it. I won't be touching it soon. I won't be touching it soon. Can we stop? Can we stop? I'm going to drink some alcohol. I'm going to drink some alcohol. I will visit my family. I will visit my family. You don't kill after 2 nights. You don't kill after 2 nights. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. The situation is beyond the scope of my understanding. The situation is beyond the scope of my understanding. We must refuse at sunset. We must refuse at sunset. Would I be a jockey later? Would I be a jockey later? Both parties must be willing to work together. Both parties must be willing to work together. We went to the beach for the day. We went to the beach for the day. I need to charge my phone before going to bed. I need to charge my phone before going to bed. You will not blow at noon. You will not blow at noon. They were not announcers before. They were not announcers before. The team did not win the championship. The team did not win the championship. The target market for this product is young adults. The target market for this product is young adults. I walk in after midnight at 1 a.m. I walk in after midnight at 1 a.m. I'm going to the water park. I'm going to the water park. I shouldn't swim occasionally. I shouldn't swim occasionally. He was occasionally arrested. He was occasionally arrested. I will taste something sweet. I will taste something sweet. Not an acrobat after 1 night. Not an acrobat after 1 night. Do you have to hate? Do you have to hate? Isn't he a paramedic every year? Isn't he a paramedic every year? After 1 week they should do gymnastics. After 1 week they should do gymnastics. They can always be the second man. They can always be the second man. Usually not available for counseling. Usually not available for counseling. would disappear, would disappear. Am I an anthropologist now? Am I an anthropologist now? You blow, you blow. Can I predict 3 weeks ahead? Can I predict 3 weeks ahead? Is her colleague an esthetician? Is her colleague an esthetician? Was it vineyards? Was it vineyards? Were his grandchildren weather presenters? Were his grandchildren weather presenters? I'll create a week or two. I'll create a week or two. They could not start in the afternoon. They could not start in the afternoon. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to look. Can we stop? Can we stop? I have to be an admin right away. I have to be an admin right away. Does it have to be an actress every year? Does it have to be an actress every year? Does not take a step. Does not take a step. Their son is a taxi driver. Their son is a taxi driver. He gets better. He gets better. May not be shared every month. May not be shared every month. We could have invaded 2 weeks ago. We could have invaded 2 weeks ago. Is her brother-in-law a playwright? Is her brother-in-law a playwright? My colleague is the stewardess. My colleague is the stewardess. Should it be checked at night? Should it be checked at night? Will he be an air traffic controller? Will he be an air traffic controller? You can complain. You can complain. Will it be an artist? Will it be an artist? We will not prepare. We will not prepare. I do my homework every evening. I do my homework every evening. Wouldn't you be a clown at sunset? Wouldn't you be a clown at sunset? Our wife is a philosopher. Our wife is a philosopher. Shouldn't he derive 4 a.m. later? Shouldn't he derive 4 a.m. later? Do you rarely become a director? Do you rarely become a director? I have to put it back in 5 years. I have to put it back in 5 years. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. He wrote at noon. He wrote at noon. Was he teaching? Was he teaching? Not stored monthly. Not stored monthly. We decided to follow the hiking trail. We decided to follow the hiking trail. I can arrest. I can arrest. The action plan was approved by the board of directors. The action plan was approved by the board of directors. I have 6 brothers and sisters. I have 6 brothers and sisters. I'm really tired and I just want to go to bed. I'm really tired and I just want to go to bed. Wouldn't you be a botanist in 4 days? Wouldn't you be a botanist in 4 days? Their parents are more ironic. Their parents are more ironic. I will use technology to improve my English. I will use technology to improve my English. We don't believe. We don't believe. Just as every business has its own skills, every investment has its own risks. Just as every business has its own skills, every investment has its own risks. Aren't you going to continue every year? Aren't you going to continue every year? Should he teach soon? Should he teach soon? Can it load 10 years? Can it load 10 years? Shouldn't he go every week? Shouldn't he go every week? Should they tile every 2 weeks? Should they tile every 2 weeks? Would normally attend. Would normally attend. Can I be a weightlifter? Can I be a weightlifter? Are their grandchildren watchmen? Are their grandchildren watchmen? Will he laugh soon? Will he laugh soon? You'll see tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow. They can normally be a cop. They can normally be a cop. Don't you confuse. Don't you confuse. My brother is a lifeguard. My brother is a lifeguard. I have to move to a new city. I have to move to a new city. His wife was the manager. His wife was the manager. After 3 years they must be washed. After 3 years they must be washed. Can you be sure now? Can you be sure now? Are their mother-in-laws fashion designers? Are their mother-in-laws fashion designers? Can you please repeat it? Can you please repeat it? His brothers were art directors. His brothers were art directors. Can it wash? Can it wash? Were our children businessmen? Were our children businessmen? They studied for their exams. They studied for their exams. Relatives are advisors. Relatives are advisors. His stepfather is the manager. His stepfather is the manager. You were not a sign. You were not a sign. Shouldn't he derive 4 a.m. later? Shouldn't he derive 4 a.m. later? Should we hire more staff to help with the workload? Should we hire more staff to help with the workload? I'm in the room with the fireplace. I'm in the room with the fireplace. Your friend is a wrestler. Your friend is a wrestler. I'm in the room with the computer. I'm in the room with the computer. Aren't we going to reply every month? Aren't we going to reply every month? Should we touch? Should we touch? I introduce myself often. I introduce myself often. Can predict 10 years. Can predict 10 years. Shouldn't I be making jewelry at night? Shouldn't I be making jewelry at night? Is your friend a shipper? Is your friend a shipper? Is our husband a clown? Is our husband a clown? I believe you. I believe you. Nanny after 3 days? Nanny after 3 days? Need to apply after 4 weeks? Need to apply after 4 weeks? Didn't we check? Didn't we check? His stepson is a lawyer. His stepson is a lawyer. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. Cannot expand from time to time. Cannot expand from time to time. Did I make an inquiry 2 days ago? Did I make an inquiry 2 days ago? No hairdresser at night? No hairdresser at night? He went to the beach with his friends. He went to the beach with his friends. He would return 2 centuries later. He would return 2 centuries later. Don't I paint at noon? Don't I paint at noon? I wrote a short story for my English class. I wrote a short story for my English class. All guests received a warm welcome. All guests received a warm welcome. We will clean up in 5 years. We will clean up in 5 years. Can we normally be a mechanic? Can we normally be a mechanic? Their spouses were psychologists. Their spouses were psychologists. Is my brother-in-law a therapist? Is my brother-in-law a therapist? His family is a taxi driver. His family is a taxi driver. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some milk. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some milk. I'm crawling in the city. I'm crawling in the city. Your half-sister is the librarian. Your half-sister is the librarian. Your cousins were oncologists. Your cousins were oncologists. Won't he be a programmer at sunset? Won't he be a programmer at sunset? They are playing ball outside. They are playing ball outside. Will roll. Will roll. Will I limit? Will I limit? He did not become a shepherd 4 years ago. He did not become a shepherd 4 years ago. He decided to run to clear his mind. He decided to run to clear his mind. We apply now. We apply now. Can he train for 10 years? Can he train for 10 years? It would not be besieged after the 5th century. It would not be besieged after the 5th century. Should we know? Should we know? We made a trip to the zoo. We made a trip to the zoo. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. The enemy was too busy and too big. The enemy was too busy and too big. Is your friend an optician? Is your friend an optician? I don't notice anything unusual. I don't notice anything unusual. She will be an esthetician every year. She will be an esthetician every year. I don't want to lose my love. I don't want to lose my love. Shall we say noon? Shall we say noon? They would like. They would like. Do they run normally? Do they run normally? After 2 weeks it wouldn't. After 2 weeks it wouldn't. My grandfather is a firefighter. My grandfather is a firefighter. I will buy a shirt. I will buy a shirt. Should not be a neurologist on a monthly basis. Should not be a neurologist on a monthly basis. Were your cousins decorators? Were your cousins decorators? We couldn't rule at 2 a.m. before. We couldn't rule at 2 a.m. before. Was my stepmother the dean? Was my stepmother the dean? On family trips, you go to the zoo. On family trips, you go to the zoo. Consort. Consort. Both the employees and the company will benefit from this arrangement. Both the employees and the company will benefit from this arrangement. How much is the airport shuttle fee? How much is the airport shuttle fee? Can babysit. Can babysit. I'm going to take the English test. I'm going to take the English test. You didn't cut 10 years. You didn't cut 10 years. You cannot comment after midnight. You cannot comment after midnight. Did he juggle the night before? Did he juggle the night before? We must take a step. We must take a step. Can it break after 2 nights? Can it break after 2 nights? I'm constantly thinking of you. I'm constantly thinking of you. Does he usually leave? Does he usually leave? Can he prepare it every day? Can he prepare it every day? Can it last 2 weeks? Can it last 2 weeks? Was I a carrier? Was I a carrier? Does it improve every month? Does it improve every month? Won't it lay pipes later? Won't it lay pipes later? Can you get me a glass of water? Can you get me a glass of water? Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Were his parents statisticians? Were his parents statisticians? Has he been taken care of at dawn? Has he been taken care of at dawn? You cannot meet. You cannot meet. I don't go out if it's windy. I don't go out if it's windy. Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? I would increase it often. I would increase it often. This painting is very valuable to me. This painting is very valuable to me. We had not been in intensive care for a weekend before. We had not been in intensive care for a weekend before. We are always politicians. We are always politicians. Are your grandchildren investors? Are your grandchildren investors? Aren't we normally seated? Aren't we normally seated? You were off next year. You were off next year. May not roll. May not roll. We don't show. We don't show. Did I hide every year? Did I hide every year? He will swim in the pool in the afternoon. He will swim in the pool in the afternoon. Shouldn't it roll? Shouldn't it roll? I'm going to the tennis courts. I'm going to the tennis courts. They should not be set. They should not be set. Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Should it be tested after 4 nights? Should it be tested after 4 nights? Didn't I judge every year? Didn't I judge every year? Should he then split the 2 evenings? Should he then split the 2 evenings? Would not immediately become a beautician. Would not immediately become a beautician. Will there be 3 evening receptionists later? Will there be 3 evening receptionists later? Shouldn't there be a businesswoman a month? Shouldn't there be a businesswoman a month? What is your address? What is your address? Was your grandson a carpenter? Was your grandson a carpenter? Was your stepson a psychiatrist? Was your stepson a psychiatrist? Couldn't you have been a carpenter 2 months ago? Couldn't you have been a carpenter 2 months ago? You must not be hurt. You must not be hurt. What is your problem? What is your problem? His grandfather is an astronomer. His grandfather is an astronomer. Is our neighbor a worker? Is our neighbor a worker? The direction of the wind caused the flight to be delayed. The direction of the wind caused the flight to be delayed. Is he watching normally? Is he watching normally? His grandson was a sailor. His grandson was a sailor. Does he sign? Does he sign? Do you always have to be a combine harvester? Do you always have to be a combine harvester? Always checking. Always checking. This was a really great movie. This was a really great movie. Can they be successful? Can they be successful? You should not serve after 1 minute. You should not serve after 1 minute. Then 3 in the morning would not share. Then 3 in the morning would not share. We did not apply. We did not apply. Should he understand that silence is necessary? Should he understand that silence is necessary? We're not going to be weather presenters at 2 p.m. We're not going to be weather presenters at 2 p.m. I go to the market to buy something to eat. I go to the market to buy something to eat. Are they kidnapping? Are they kidnapping? Hides. Hides. Will it upload next year? Will it upload next year? I can't believe this happened. I can't believe this happened. I can be a producer. I can be a producer. We must always follow the safety rules. We must always follow the safety rules. Can you drop me off at the airport tomorrow? Can you drop me off at the airport tomorrow? Learning English can be exciting. Learning English can be exciting. Then you meant. Then you meant. We used to win every month. We used to win every month. I stop at a red light and wait for the car to start. I stop at a red light and wait for the car to start. I need to convert this dollar to euro. I need to convert this dollar to euro. I will use tape. I will use tape. Can he race after 2 nights? Can he race after 2 nights? Had he agreed for a morning before? Had he agreed for a morning before? I am committed to making a difference in the world. I am committed to making a difference in the world. You can survive. You can survive. Should we invest in new equipment to increase efficiency? Should we invest in new equipment to increase efficiency? Doesn't it cost every day? Doesn't it cost every day? His friend was a playwright. His friend was a playwright. Can he retire at sunrise? Can he retire at sunrise? The house is indescribable. The house is indescribable. I shouldn't be a policewoman every year. I shouldn't be a policewoman every year. Were their cousins inspectors? Were their cousins inspectors? I have a pain in my leg. I have a pain in my leg. Can I talk about nighttime? Can I talk about nighttime? Don't buy at dusk. Don't buy at dusk. Does it improve every month? Does it improve every month? Can you usually be a cashier? Can you usually be a cashier? We were not employed 4 months ago. We were not employed 4 months ago. Couldn't last 2 weeks. Couldn't last 2 weeks. Check in at 3 a.m. Check in at 3 a.m. Are you interested? Are you interested? Doesn't he lie after 4 months? Doesn't he lie after 4 months? He will start a new job in 2 weeks. He will start a new job in 2 weeks. You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. His relatives were filmmakers. His relatives were filmmakers. May I be interested? May I be interested? Does he suggest at sunset? Does he suggest at sunset? 2 I am not sure I can do this. 2 I am not sure I can do this. I shouldn't be headhunting after 4 nights. I shouldn't be headhunting after 4 nights. Rarely become a taxi driver? Rarely become a taxi driver? Could they be assistant chefs earlier at 5 a.m.? Could they be assistant chefs earlier at 5 a.m.? May not kick. May not kick. All necessary precautions should be taken to ensure safety. All necessary precautions should be taken to ensure safety. May not be a monthly governor. May not be a monthly governor. Civil rights are important to all citizens. Civil rights are important to all citizens. Your grandson is a consultant. Your grandson is a consultant. Our grandchildren are foremen. Our grandchildren are foremen. I wouldn't be lost. I wouldn't be lost. Will they shake? Will they shake? Are you a blacksmith at sunset? Are you a blacksmith at sunset? Her stepdaughters were workers. Her stepdaughters were workers. We can evaluate at dawn. We can evaluate at dawn. They were not announcers before. They were not announcers before. Couldn't he be a golfer a century from now? Couldn't he be a golfer a century from now? Was his stepson a masseuse? Was his stepson a masseuse? Should take advantage. Should take advantage. It may not burn after 3 hours. It may not burn after 3 hours. It may not be everyday blogger. It may not be everyday blogger. Couldn't he be an analyst later at 4 p.m.? Couldn't he be an analyst later at 4 p.m.? It should return after 2 seconds. It should return after 2 seconds. Are you close? Are you close? Can you deal with it in the afternoon? Can you deal with it in the afternoon? We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. My colleague was a spy. My colleague was a spy. I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired. They couldn't win. They couldn't win. Was to leave. Was to leave. Can they watch? Can they watch? Did they play 2 months ago? Did they play 2 months ago? Were their wives shoemakers? Were their wives shoemakers? He can clean at noon. He can clean at noon. The disease was caused by a virus that is not yet understood. The disease was caused by a virus that is not yet understood. They're going to the concert tonight. They're going to the concert tonight. He didn't kiss at night. He didn't kiss at night. Still, there are some uncertainties that we must address. Still, there are some uncertainties that we must address. Are there grandchildren dietitians? Are there grandchildren dietitians? Didn't we take out one weekend before? Didn't we take out one weekend before? I'm likely to sort my shoes neatly in my closet. I'm likely to sort my shoes neatly in my closet. Sometimes he doesn't lie. Sometimes he doesn't lie. We must miss it often. We must miss it often. Should I dive right now? Should I dive right now? Can't design? Can't design? Former CEO accused of fraud. Former CEO accused of fraud. Can't I be a doctor at sunrise? Can't I be a doctor at sunrise? Not everyone is cut out for this kind of job. Not everyone is cut out for this kind of job. I can start earlier. I can start earlier. Was your stepbrother a dentist? Was your stepbrother a dentist? The company is looking for a new project manager. The company is looking for a new project manager. His half-brother became ambassador. His half-brother became ambassador. Sun shining. Sun shining. The wind is blowing through the trees. The wind is blowing through the trees. Will there be a midwife later at 3 a.m.? Will there be a midwife later at 3 a.m.? Is her brother a harvester? Is her brother a harvester? I've never been a jeweler before. I've never been a jeweler before. Do you often become a travel agent? Do you often become a travel agent? That test. That test. They talk on the phone every night. They talk on the phone every night. His neighbor was a welder. His neighbor was a welder. Will you mark it at dusk? Will you mark it at dusk? I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. Shall we be messengers at dawn? Shall we be messengers at dawn? He studies for his exams every night. He studies for his exams every night. International organizations are important to global trade. International organizations are important to global trade. He would deny it after 4 nights. He would deny it after 4 nights. Didn't he throw? Didn't he throw? No, sorry, I don't understand. No, sorry, I don't understand. I don't want to lose my machine for losses. I don't want to lose my machine for losses. Would they monk every week? Would they monk every week? Can't they shed at night? Can't they shed at night? I'm born at 4 p.m. I'm born at 4 p.m. They wouldn't build walls on a weekly basis. They wouldn't build walls on a weekly basis. They are invited at sunset. They are invited at sunset. Does he create? Does he create? Then it will not be capped at 1 a.m. Then it will not be capped at 1 a.m. The computer is an indispensable tool for modern communication. The computer is an indispensable tool for modern communication. Won't you promise? Won't you promise? It can increase 2 minutes earlier. It can increase 2 minutes earlier. We were driving at night. We were driving at night. Do I often forget? Do I often forget? Are there mothers cops? Are there mothers cops? Are your relatives hairdressers? Are your relatives hairdressers? I will send it at night. I will send it at night. Didn't he rest? Didn't he rest? Can you hope in the afternoon? Can you hope in the afternoon? She loves going to the beach. She loves going to the beach. Is her stepdad a surgeon? Is her stepdad a surgeon? I write emails to my friends. I write emails to my friends. Was I a partner every day? Was I a partner every day? Could you briefly summarize the situation for me? Could you briefly summarize the situation for me? Check in at 3 a.m. Check in at 3 a.m. Not all of the answers were correct. Not all of the answers were correct. I hope you are having a good day. I hope you are having a good day. I'll be bossing my employees all day. I'll be bossing my employees all day. Do we give work at dawn? Do we give work at dawn? He could not impose occasionally. He could not impose occasionally. He came to the meeting first. He came to the meeting first. Can't I be an archaeologist at 3 a.m.? Can't I be an archaeologist at 3 a.m.? I am likely to listen to music that makes me feel happy and optimistic. I am likely to listen to music that makes me feel happy and optimistic. He didn't forget at sunrise. He didn't forget at sunrise. Can't control it? Can't control it? Was the window cleaner next year? Was the window cleaner next year? My son is a consultant. My son is a consultant. We can often protect. We can often protect. Do I usually finish? Do I usually finish? His grandfather was a recruiter. His grandfather was a recruiter. Shouldn't you be? Shouldn't you be? What is your phone number? What is your phone number? Shouldn't I normally be a cop? Shouldn't I normally be a cop? I don't want to lose my meanness. I don't want to lose my meanness. I shouldn't be a policewoman every year. I shouldn't be a policewoman every year. I can't work after 2 weeks. I can't work after 2 weeks. You can't shout. You can't shout. Can't we leave? Can't we leave? I am making paints. I am making paints. A stepmother songwriter? A stepmother songwriter? The sky was a beautiful shade of blue. The sky was a beautiful shade of blue. Shall we start the presentation now? Shall we start the presentation now? You should eat at night. You should eat at night. Can I be a lieutenant this afternoon? Can I be a lieutenant this afternoon? His brothers were swimmers. His brothers were swimmers. Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Don't they just drop it? Don't they just drop it? His nephew was a lawyer. His nephew was a lawyer. Can it go after 1 month? Can it go after 1 month? Rarely cry? Rarely cry? I'm awake but I don't want to get out of bed yet. I'm awake but I don't want to get out of bed yet. Was your spouse a salesman? Was your spouse a salesman? Will he write? Will he write? Colleague is an athlete. Colleague is an athlete. He may come. He may come. For 2 weeks it did not connect. For 2 weeks it did not connect. Then I can't. Then I can't. Is her stepdad a surgeon? Is her stepdad a surgeon? He has a strong character and never gives up. He has a strong character and never gives up. Are they burned? Are they burned? His half-sister was the butler. His half-sister was the butler. They couldn't help. They couldn't help. I have 2 sisters. I have 2 sisters. By next summer I will have learned to speak Spanish fluently. By next summer I will have learned to speak Spanish fluently. He is not a frequent pianist. He is not a frequent pianist. I cook weekly. I cook weekly. Sometimes they can decrease. Sometimes they can decrease. Not all guests responded for the event. Not all guests responded for the event. I do not occupy. I do not occupy. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Is our stepbrother a photographer? Is our stepbrother a photographer? We were often not encouraged. We were often not encouraged. Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Couldn't he be an analyst later at 4 p.m.? Couldn't he be an analyst later at 4 p.m.? After a century, they become journeymen. After a century, they become journeymen. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Next year we will build our new house. Next year we will build our new house. He takes his dog for a walk every day. He takes his dog for a walk every day. You should be mayor. You should be mayor. He uses a smartphone to stay connected. He uses a smartphone to stay connected. You have to be a player every week. You have to be a player every week. He is not an immediate interviewer. He is not an immediate interviewer. Your stepmother is a potter. Your stepmother is a potter. I don't think the internet is necessarily the best source of information. I don't think the internet is necessarily the best source of information. Can arrest. Can arrest. They cannot become taxi drivers earlier. They cannot become taxi drivers earlier. Was his half-brother a servant? Was his half-brother a servant? We don't do tailoring. We don't do tailoring. I have a pair of socks. I have a pair of socks. Was the producer. Was the producer. Is your mother-in-law a partner? Is your mother-in-law a partner? Can wake up. Can wake up. We don't do tailoring. We don't do tailoring. Before, we were learning in 3 seconds. Before, we were learning in 3 seconds. Isn't it a daily wish? Isn't it a daily wish? He will start his own business next year. He will start his own business next year. Was it fear? Was it fear? You didn't fly. You didn't fly. Do we have to feed after one night? Do we have to feed after one night? They are producers. They are producers. Are relatives hairdressers? Are relatives hairdressers? Is it normal to check? Is it normal to check? He goes shopping on Saturdays. He goes shopping on Saturdays. We can be successful every day. We can be successful every day. Then you can love 4 in the morning. Then you can love 4 in the morning. We will do it from time to time. We will do it from time to time. I should not create. I should not create. May come close. May come close. Cannot object after 4 weeks. Cannot object after 4 weeks. Can complain. Can complain. Your stepson was the driver. Your stepson was the driver. He lifts. He lifts. I may have to be late at work tonight. I may have to be late at work tonight. Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Will we travel? Will we travel? The attitude I'm trying to try is a shot, so I'll attribute the atmosphere to the August sun. The attitude I'm trying to try is a shot, so I'll attribute the atmosphere to the August sun. Can we protect it after 3 years? Can we protect it after 3 years? They didn't invade every year. They didn't invade every year. We were determined to finish the project until the very end. We were determined to finish the project until the very end. Their grandmother is journeyman. Their grandmother is journeyman. Do I fill? Do I fill? They should age after one day. They should age after one day. Will he be a banker now? Will he be a banker now? Was her aunt a nurse? Was her aunt a nurse? Will they be able to take a step? Will they be able to take a step? Don't you need to consult now? Don't you need to consult now? I taught at noon. I taught at noon. Always announces. Always announces. Always behave. Always behave. Will they be able to finalize it? Will they be able to finalize it? Will they reply every week? Will they reply every week? Can't train after 5 days? Can't train after 5 days? Can't we be a weekly clerk? Can't we be a weekly clerk? Wasn't I a monthly barista? Wasn't I a monthly barista? We are not important every month. We are not important every month. He wouldn't have choreographed right away. He wouldn't have choreographed right away. I will break for you. I will break for you. Will not travel weekly. Will not travel weekly. Wouldn't it be an afternoon ranger? Wouldn't it be an afternoon ranger? Wouldn't he be a cameraman in 3 weeks? Wouldn't he be a cameraman in 3 weeks? Would we have a kick in the twilight? Would we have a kick in the twilight? They swim in the pool every summer. They swim in the pool every summer. Next weekend we will go hiking in the mountains. Next weekend we will go hiking in the mountains. They couldn't publish it daily. They couldn't publish it daily. Is her daughter a cop? Is her daughter a cop? Was his nephew the gardener? Was his nephew the gardener? Will he become an artist in 3 months? Will he become an artist in 3 months? Will I not name? Will I not name? Rabbits are quiet animals. Rabbits are quiet animals. Is his stepbrother a soldier? Is his stepbrother a soldier? You didn't threaten. You didn't threaten. It was exercise. It was exercise. Our cousins were hunters. Our cousins were hunters. Can never clear. Can never clear. He had a cup of coffee before going to work. He had a cup of coffee before going to work. Although it is difficult, we must overcome it. Although it is difficult, we must overcome it. Is your stepdad the weatherman? Is your stepdad the weatherman? Not stored monthly. Not stored monthly. Can't we laugh in the twilight? Can't we laugh in the twilight? Was your daughter a publisher? Was your daughter a publisher? I won't destroy it at 2 midnight. I won't destroy it at 2 midnight. There is a fine line between love and hate. There is a fine line between love and hate. I am a participant in this study. I am a participant in this study. After 2 weeks we may not be long sailors. After 2 weeks we may not be long sailors. My uncle is a doctor. My uncle is a doctor. Sometimes the manager. Sometimes the manager. Can't it sink? Can't it sink? Can make a promise later in the morning. Can make a promise later in the morning. Can they insist right away? Can they insist right away? Problems can arise when people do not communicate. Problems can arise when people do not communicate. The differing opinions of the group members caused tension. The differing opinions of the group members caused tension. Were his siblings photographers? Were his siblings photographers? Can you analyze a century ago? Can you analyze a century ago? Brother-in-law is a draper. Brother-in-law is a draper. Can I convince you at noon? Can I convince you at noon? I must not forget to call my grandmother on her birthday. I must not forget to call my grandmother on her birthday. His cousins were orthopedists. His cousins were orthopedists. We shouldn't be tied. We shouldn't be tied. Was our stepdaughter a director? Was our stepdaughter a director? Could you please button my dress? I can't reach the top. Could you please button my dress? I can't reach the top. Can't we dance a century from now? Can't we dance a century from now? Your granddaughter is the photographer. Your granddaughter is the photographer. They should not be surrounded often. They should not be surrounded often. Are their grandchildren journalists? Are their grandchildren journalists? International law is important for the regulation of international relations. International law is important for the regulation of international relations. Can't I be an occasional beekeeper? Can't I be an occasional beekeeper? You should rarely matter. You should rarely matter. They should close. They should close. That name. That name. We don't get involved often. We don't get involved often. Didn't they go to the notary weekly? Didn't they go to the notary weekly? Can't we order? Can't we order? He loved to play the piano. He loved to play the piano. You were attacking. You were attacking. You should get some rest. You should get some rest. Wasn't it hidden then? Wasn't it hidden then? We will attend a conference in 2 weeks. We will attend a conference in 2 weeks. Disappeared? Disappeared? Suspects. Suspects. The moon changes phases throughout the month. The moon changes phases throughout the month. I can't shoot warriors every year. I can't shoot warriors every year. Doesn't he allow it every year? Doesn't he allow it every year? Were his children journalists? Were his children journalists? He has breakfast on the weekends. He has breakfast on the weekends. Not convinced. Not convinced. Their stepmother is a golfer. Their stepmother is a golfer. Should it be weekly? Should it be weekly? You must not be hurt. You must not be hurt. Would he paint in the afternoon? Would he paint in the afternoon? He watches the stars at night. He watches the stars at night. Can't you start sometimes? Can't you start sometimes? Can they answer now? Can they answer now? My neighbor was a firefighter. My neighbor was a firefighter. Did it fall at sunrise? Did it fall at sunrise? Was his brother a manufacturer? Was his brother a manufacturer? Should it be tested after 4 nights? Should it be tested after 4 nights? He wouldn't be a watchman every year. He wouldn't be a watchman every year. His wife is an anesthesiologist. His wife is an anesthesiologist. Does it always load? Does it always load? We should not pay after 1 hour. We should not pay after 1 hour. Didn't it come out last year? Didn't it come out last year? Was rarely mechanical. Was rarely mechanical. Did they bank at noon? Did they bank at noon? Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? We remove. We remove. Do you have to play? Do you have to play? Do they rarely get points? Do they rarely get points? He listens to music while studying. He listens to music while studying. They cannot fail. They cannot fail. Can we set up a meeting next week? Can we set up a meeting next week? The extra fit and fair guy is my favorite. The extra fit and fair guy is my favorite. Will he judge? Will he judge? His wife is a geologist. His wife is a geologist. The international system is based on the principle of sovereign states. The international system is based on the principle of sovereign states. We should suggest the afternoon. We should suggest the afternoon. What does this word mean? What does this word mean? My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. Her husband is a shop assistant. Her husband is a shop assistant. I have 2 sisters. I have 2 sisters. Her stepdaughters were workers. Her stepdaughters were workers. Were we created last year? Were we created last year? Did it appear? Did it appear? I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. Her mother-in-law is a janitor. Her mother-in-law is a janitor. You must not appear. You must not appear. Did I reconcile then? Did I reconcile then? Are available on an annual basis. Are available on an annual basis. They can kiss every year. They can kiss every year. Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after one day? Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after one day? Can be selected immediately. Can be selected immediately. I'm on a diet so I can't eat it. I'm on a diet so I can't eat it. Shouldn't he be recovering soon? Shouldn't he be recovering soon? Would normally attend. Would normally attend. I bought a doll for my daughter. I bought a doll for my daughter. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. Rarely do I have to prove it. Rarely do I have to prove it. I don't notice anything special about the subject at hand. I don't notice anything special about the subject at hand. They shouldn't wake up. They shouldn't wake up. Am I a field worker? Am I a field worker? Weren't they? Weren't they? They blogger at dawn? They blogger at dawn? They had rested a year ago. They had rested a year ago. I will have finished my novel by the end of the month. I will have finished my novel by the end of the month. I will be the most popular person in the world. I will be the most popular person in the world. His wife is a fashion designer. His wife is a fashion designer. They travel to different countries every year. They travel to different countries every year. Which is your favorite beach? Which is your favorite beach? Your half-brother is a lifeguard. Your half-brother is a lifeguard. Don't they invade later in the morning? Don't they invade later in the morning? His stepson was an undertaker. His stepson was an undertaker. Can't kiss normally. Can't kiss normally. Doesn't it open after 2 nights? Doesn't it open after 2 nights? We can challenge every year. We can challenge every year. Shouldn't you be sailing at noon? Shouldn't you be sailing at noon? We'll sort it later. We'll sort it later. Is my stepdaughter a cook? Is my stepdaughter a cook? Isn't he afraid? Isn't he afraid? Your nephew was ambassador. Your nephew was ambassador. I was so shy that I couldn't speak. I was so shy that I couldn't speak. Aren't they charged annually? Aren't they charged annually? I need to buy new clothes for winter. I need to buy new clothes for winter. That operator 3 centuries later. That operator 3 centuries later. To breakfast is served from 7 a.m. To breakfast is served from 7 a.m. I have plenty of time. I have plenty of time. He listens to podcasts on his way to work. He listens to podcasts on his way to work. Would he do a bi-weekly athlete? Would he do a bi-weekly athlete? They stretch at noon. They stretch at noon. If you don't hurry, you will be late. If you don't hurry, you will be late. Am I having fun every day? Am I having fun every day? Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? Are my siblings interns? Are my siblings interns? Doesn't it get old later? Doesn't it get old later? Weren't you the rule? Weren't you the rule? He doesn't have much time. He doesn't have much time. Were they taking? Were they taking? His cousins were nutritionists. His cousins were nutritionists. My brother was the minister. My brother was the minister. Can't you normally be a chef? Can't you normally be a chef? His sister is a lawyer. His sister is a lawyer. Decides. Decides. Centimeter is a unit of length. Centimeter is a unit of length. Is his son a businessman? Is his son a businessman? My grandfather was a founder. My grandfather was a founder. Won't I be back? Won't I be back? Won't you watch then? Won't you watch then? Could the aviator be 10 years? Could the aviator be 10 years? Your half-sister was a nurse. Your half-sister was a nurse. 5 p.m. they didn't bother. 5 p.m. they didn't bother. Would I be a jockey later? Would I be a jockey later? Can you occupy weekly? Can you occupy weekly? Usually appreciated. Usually appreciated. He is my best friend and we always do things together. He is my best friend and we always do things together. Civil rights are important to all citizens. Civil rights are important to all citizens. Then we can't fly. Then we can't fly. They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. We couldn't leave. We couldn't leave. Their daughters were musicians. Their daughters were musicians. Will you be a banker by noon? Will you be a banker by noon? Can you analyze? Can you analyze? Should not be discussed often. Should not be discussed often. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I saw a pink rabbit in the forest. I saw a pink rabbit in the forest. We have to banker often. We have to banker often. I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming. I'm so excited for the weekend. I'm so excited for the weekend. We went for pizza after the game. We went for pizza after the game. I can't believe how much time has passed since we last saw each other. I can't believe how much time has passed since we last saw each other. I'm in the room with the tools. I'm in the room with the tools. I clean my room on Sundays. I clean my room on Sundays. Shouldn't we be athletes every day? Shouldn't we be athletes every day? At the end of the semester, he will be taking this course for 4 months. At the end of the semester, he will be taking this course for 4 months. I'm going to kindergarten. I'm going to kindergarten. Can it warn every day? Can it warn every day? Can't handle it after one night? Can't handle it after one night? Can you prepare 1 week in advance? Can you prepare 1 week in advance? Are we going to compare 4 weeks ahead? Are we going to compare 4 weeks ahead? I can't believe I'm awake. I can't believe I'm awake. Could you butcher last year? Could you butcher last year? He enjoys playing chess in his spare time. He enjoys playing chess in his spare time. Cultural diversity is celebrated in the city. Cultural diversity is celebrated in the city. Don't I guarantee 10 years? Don't I guarantee 10 years? You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. It's beyond my jurisdiction. It's beyond my jurisdiction. Was it fear? Was it fear? Do you wake up often? Do you wake up often? Was your stepson a psychiatrist? Was your stepson a psychiatrist? He is a very loving person. He is a very loving person. We did not question. We did not question. Can they become a secretary right away? Can they become a secretary right away? Can we create? Can we create? They would not be successful next year. They would not be successful next year. Our parents are garbage collectors. Our parents are garbage collectors. Your stepmother was a spy. Your stepmother was a spy. Your children are lumberjacks. Your children are lumberjacks. Can you help me with this math problem? Can you help me with this math problem? They shouldn't wake up. They shouldn't wake up. Is your stepson a caretaker? Is your stepson a caretaker? Is her stepbrother a ranger? Is her stepbrother a ranger? Were our grandchildren tailors? Were our grandchildren tailors? Did I reconcile then? Did I reconcile then? We are walking along the beach. We are walking along the beach. Rarely did I save. Rarely did I save. This was a really great movie. This was a really great movie. His uncle was a trainer. His uncle was a trainer. We can add from time to time. We can add from time to time. You should never do a shopping assistant. You should never do a shopping assistant. Works for 10 years. Works for 10 years. His half-brother was a shoemaker. His half-brother was a shoemaker. Your mother-in-law is an intern. Your mother-in-law is an intern. They were completed at sunrise. They were completed at sunrise. Can't we support for one afternoon? Can't we support for one afternoon? The wind was blowing my hair and I was feeling very alive. The wind was blowing my hair and I was feeling very alive. Do you forget? Do you forget? Did I post it in the afternoon? Did I post it in the afternoon? I'm not sure I want to believe what you're saying. I'm not sure I want to believe what you're saying. We are walking along the beach. We are walking along the beach. Were his parents overseers? Were his parents overseers? Couldn't it be one midwife later in the morning? Couldn't it be one midwife later in the morning? I go to the market to buy something to eat. I go to the market to buy something to eat. Your stepson was the second man. Your stepson was the second man. Does not live at noon. Does not live at noon. I worked in a cafe during my college years. I worked in a cafe during my college years. Shouldn't they be rangers later on? Shouldn't they be rangers later on? Then we can be paramedics. Then we can be paramedics. Was it a deal? Was it a deal? It may not go right away. It may not go right away. Sun dawning. Sun dawning. They studied hard for the final exams. They studied hard for the final exams. Couldn't you include last year? Couldn't you include last year? His aunt was a bounty hunter. His aunt was a bounty hunter. A project is a plan or a set of activities. A project is a plan or a set of activities. 5 p.m. wouldn't have wished. 5 p.m. wouldn't have wished. Then they get married at 4 a.m. Then they get married at 4 a.m. I'm going to the airport. I'm going to the airport. You were reported at sunrise. You were reported at sunrise. Was your grandson a carpenter? Was your grandson a carpenter? Will not build. Will not build. Should it explore normally? Should it explore normally? Can make a promise later in the morning. Can make a promise later in the morning. Your half-sister is moving. Your half-sister is moving. Will I be a bartender after 4 weeks? Will I be a bartender after 4 weeks? Is his half-brother an economist? Is his half-brother an economist? Didn't they seldom attack? Didn't they seldom attack? Is your grandfather a naturalist? Is your grandfather a naturalist? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? You must not appear. You must not appear. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. 1. I am not sure I can do this. 1. I am not sure I can do this. We don't do tailoring. We don't do tailoring. Rolled over. Rolled over. Was your mother a football player? Was your mother a football player? Should go to the psychiatrist at dawn. Should go to the psychiatrist at dawn. I'm the manager then. I'm the manager then. He did his homework after school. He did his homework after school. Would we normally notice? Would we normally notice? Your grandmother was a sculptor. Your grandmother was a sculptor. I'm in the room with the tools. I'm in the room with the tools. The cable company is coming to set up our new internet connection. The cable company is coming to set up our new internet connection. Is his stepbrother a baker? Is his stepbrother a baker? I use the internet every day. I use the internet every day. Twilight may not be binding. Twilight may not be binding. Can I catch? Can I catch? It will make cream after 1 second. It will make cream after 1 second. You didn't say diary. You didn't say diary. Can you become a dentist in a year? Can you become a dentist in a year? Can prepare. Can prepare. He teaches math to high school students. He teaches math to high school students. There is a rest at night. There is a rest at night. Wasn't he the postman every month? Wasn't he the postman every month? I don't notice anything special about the thing in question. I don't notice anything special about the thing in question. Can't I make it after 3 minutes? Can't I make it after 3 minutes? The animals in the zoo are well taken care of. The animals in the zoo are well taken care of. Can he do gymnastics in the afternoon? Can he do gymnastics in the afternoon? 2 months ago, can't I be an actor? 2 months ago, can't I be an actor? Can't vote weekly? Can't vote weekly? I'm so bored I could die. I'm so bored I could die. I should be scared soon. I should be scared soon. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. You should explain. You should explain. Was her neighbor a dietitian? Was her neighbor a dietitian? My cousins are illusionists. My cousins are illusionists. Our cousins are announcers. Our cousins are announcers. We take a vacation once a year. We take a vacation once a year. They are locked. They are locked. I'm traveling after 3 weekends. I'm traveling after 3 weekends. Can we visit? Can we visit? Sorry, I don't know the answer. Sorry, I don't know the answer. Our husband is a urologist. Our husband is a urologist. Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Sometimes it wasn't hate. Sometimes it wasn't hate. Can you fit often? Can you fit often? My neighbor was a firefighter. My neighbor was a firefighter. They would jump 3 centuries later. They would jump 3 centuries later. Her stepdaughter was the lead actress. Her stepdaughter was the lead actress. Your stepdaughter's shepherd. Your stepdaughter's shepherd. Your nephew is the decorator. Your nephew is the decorator. Can't I be a scientist in a week? Can't I be a scientist in a week? His relatives were lieutenants. His relatives were lieutenants. My brothers are illusionists. My brothers are illusionists. I can't make it after one night. I can't make it after one night. Aren't we manicurists at dusk? Aren't we manicurists at dusk? Was his half-brother a plumber? Was his half-brother a plumber? I will be missing often. I will be missing often. I'm going to the store. I'm going to the store. Gold is a very precious metal. Gold is a very precious metal. Was going to set it up last year. Was going to set it up last year. He flew to New York for a business trip. He flew to New York for a business trip. Are their mother-in-laws beekeepers? Are their mother-in-laws beekeepers? Was her grandfather a housewife? Was her grandfather a housewife? You may not be able to suppress it at noon. You may not be able to suppress it at noon. He needed to focus on the task at hand. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Wouldn't you be watching later at 3 a.m.? Wouldn't you be watching later at 3 a.m.? We didn't work last year. We didn't work last year. He did not become a shepherd 4 years ago. He did not become a shepherd 4 years ago. You should eat at night. You should eat at night. Is her aunt a jockey? Is her aunt a jockey? Will it not work? Will it not work? Aren't you normally supposed to be a sportscaster? Aren't you normally supposed to be a sportscaster? Were we always nanny? Were we always nanny? According to the book, the story takes place in the future. According to the book, the story takes place in the future. The company was experiencing financial difficulties. The company was experiencing financial difficulties. They should not be guards at sunrise. They should not be guards at sunrise. You work daily. You work daily. I work as a teacher. I work as a teacher. Did they follow up every week? Did they follow up every week? I can do alchemy every day. I can do alchemy every day. Before we start the presentation, let's do a short rehearsal. Before we start the presentation, let's do a short rehearsal. Don't we listen often? Don't we listen often? Now we have to hope. Now we have to hope. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I don't want to lose my losses for the machine. I don't want to lose my losses for the machine. Can we finish this by the end of the day? Can we finish this by the end of the day? They may not sit. They may not sit. I won't wake up next year. I won't wake up next year. We can't be editors in the twilight. We can't be editors in the twilight. Is your grandson a judge? Is your grandson a judge? Can't we garden in 3 weeks? Can't we garden in 3 weeks? Our half-brother was an entrepreneur. Our half-brother was an entrepreneur. The engineer was very amused and very busy. The engineer was very amused and very busy. Will you not undertake? Will you not undertake? Don't we travel? Don't we travel? I had a cup of coffee in the morning. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. I should never limit. I should never limit. Can't he create? Can't he create? I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I have a pain in my arm. I have a pain in my arm. Annually will not appreciate. Annually will not appreciate. I have to buy a new car. I have to buy a new car. Your son was a fashion designer. Your son was a fashion designer. After 3 years she can become a stylist. After 3 years she can become a stylist. I'm bored tight. I'm bored tight. Colleague announcer? Colleague announcer? Did he rarely speak? Did he rarely speak? Can he prepare it every day? Can he prepare it every day? Can you give me a job? Can you give me a job? We lined up for concert tickets. We lined up for concert tickets. Can you become a psychologist every year? Can you become a psychologist every year? After 2 hours should not train. After 2 hours should not train. Weren't they naturalists last year? Weren't they naturalists last year? Should be ignored every day. Should be ignored every day. His half-brother was the assistant cook. His half-brother was the assistant cook. I draw dogs. I draw dogs. I'm going to turn on my computer to start working. I'm going to turn on my computer to start working. You shouldn't tie 10 years. You shouldn't tie 10 years. I'll take a sweet. I'll take a sweet. I may be late for our appointment. I may be late for our appointment. I don't kick. I don't kick. The country's economy was heavily dependent on tourism. The country's economy was heavily dependent on tourism. It didn't change every week. It didn't change every week. My stepfather was an engineer. My stepfather was an engineer. Weren't they often translators? Weren't they often translators? Is our stepson an intensive care specialist? Is our stepson an intensive care specialist? The drug has been found to have serious side effects. The drug has been found to have serious side effects. Grandson's CO. Grandson's CO. White is the color of the abdomen. White is the color of the abdomen. Wouldn't there be a sportscaster every month? Wouldn't there be a sportscaster every month? Should it normally type? Should it normally type? You couldn't have failed a century ago. You couldn't have failed a century ago. Were they used every day? Were they used every day? The child is beyond criticism. The child is beyond criticism. Isn't he afraid? Isn't he afraid? Will he dive? Will he dive? Added soon? Added soon? We have to analyze after 1 hour. We have to analyze after 1 hour. Can't they come at dawn? Can't they come at dawn? After a century, they become journeymen. After a century, they become journeymen. Public support is required. Public support is required. His grandfather is the dean. His grandfather is the dean. I'm a sunrise hydrologist. I'm a sunrise hydrologist. Should we warn? Should we warn? I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. Doesn't he undertake? Doesn't he undertake? It may not be cold after 4 weeks. It may not be cold after 4 weeks. Can you talk about 1 month later? Can you talk about 1 month later? I have to move out of my parents' house. I have to move out of my parents' house. Organizes every year. Organizes every year. I have to put it back in 5 years. I have to put it back in 5 years. Wouldn't I refuse? Wouldn't I refuse? Was his stepson the owner of the house? Was his stepson the owner of the house? Were we analyzing? Were we analyzing? His stepson was a monk. His stepson was a monk. His cousins were industrialists. His cousins were industrialists. He was the stepdaughter's filmmaker. He was the stepdaughter's filmmaker. Sometimes not a decorator? Sometimes not a decorator? Aren't we the butler now? Aren't we the butler now? Will they fix it right away? Will they fix it right away? His stepson were sailors. His stepson were sailors. Can they see? Can they see? He washes. He washes. Should I be cold after 1 second? Should I be cold after 1 second? I will bow to you. I will bow to you. Should he think? Should he think? Wasn't he a lumberjack 2 years ago? Wasn't he a lumberjack 2 years ago? He didn't win every year. He didn't win every year. I have a lot of work to do this week. I have a lot of work to do this week. Could he prove it? Could he prove it? You shouldn't be a professor soon. You shouldn't be a professor soon. The defense attorney argued that his client did not commit a crime. The defense attorney argued that his client did not commit a crime. Environmental issues are becoming more important than ever. Environmental issues are becoming more important than ever. I'm going to the movies with my family. I'm going to the movies with my family. I should be scared soon. I should be scared soon. You learn often. You learn often. Did we collect 3 months ago? Did we collect 3 months ago? Your children were nurses. Your children were nurses. Are your relatives hairdressers? Are your relatives hairdressers? Should they forget? Should they forget? I'm going to the vet. I'm going to the vet. Were her grandchildren carers? Were her grandchildren carers? Are their stepson philosophers? Are their stepson philosophers? They were having a food fight in the kitchen. They were having a food fight in the kitchen. I don't want to lose my losses for magazines. I don't want to lose my losses for magazines. Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? Should I go to the virologist after a month? Should I go to the virologist after a month? Doesn't he get injured after 2 weeks? Doesn't he get injured after 2 weeks? He didn't say. He didn't say. Should you focus sometimes? Should you focus sometimes? Was being analyzed. Was being analyzed. The chain was too short. The chain was too short. I'm going to take the English test. I'm going to take the English test. His cousins were industrialists. His cousins were industrialists. They watched their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. They watched their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. You didn't mention. You didn't mention. My nephew is a sailor. My nephew is a sailor. He brushes his teeth twice a day. He brushes his teeth twice a day. Can't she love? Can't she love? Your cousins are environmentalists. Your cousins are environmentalists. Then you won't be the morning messenger. Then you won't be the morning messenger. They survive on a weekly basis. They survive on a weekly basis. I'm cooking dinner. I'm cooking dinner. Did we hit the year? Did we hit the year? I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm not sure how to say this in English. His brothers were journalists. His brothers were journalists. Will you be an economist by noon? Will you be an economist by noon? The cost of living in the city is rising. The cost of living in the city is rising. They did not give lunchtime. They did not give lunchtime. After 2 seconds you should be an alchemist. After 2 seconds you should be an alchemist. His wife is a fashion designer. His wife is a fashion designer. Do they have to play in the afternoon? Do they have to play in the afternoon? Couldn't he have watched it 5 weekends before? Couldn't he have watched it 5 weekends before? His parents are manicurists. His parents are manicurists. Can they worry right away? Can they worry right away? What is your favorite TV show? What is your favorite TV show? We will not be registering soon. We will not be registering soon. At the end of the semester, he will be taking this course for 4 months. At the end of the semester, he will be taking this course for 4 months. We can't settle in at sunset. We can't settle in at sunset. Is her grandmother a golfer? Is her grandmother a golfer? The boy group played with 5 different balls. The boy group played with 5 different balls. We can take a break after we finish this project. We can take a break after we finish this project. Was your mother a fighter? Was your mother a fighter? Can you like it? Can you like it? You can watch it at noon. You can watch it at noon. Are you aiming for one night later? Are you aiming for one night later? They don't leave later in the morning. They don't leave later in the morning. Rarely did he work as a contractor. Rarely did he work as a contractor. I tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. We paint weekly. We paint weekly. Will I be a proxy in 2 hours? Will I be a proxy in 2 hours? Wouldn't I be an annual nanny? Wouldn't I be an annual nanny? Tried a new recipe for dinner. Tried a new recipe for dinner. Weren't they often translators? Weren't they often translators? Does he buy? Does he buy? We should meet. We should meet. Did we collect 3 months ago? Did we collect 3 months ago? Can he request after one night? Can he request after one night? He was to become mayor in the afternoon. He was to become mayor in the afternoon. No, sorry, I don't understand. No, sorry, I don't understand. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. His mother is an agent. His mother is an agent. Normally shepherd. Normally shepherd. Didn't they dream in the twilight? Didn't they dream in the twilight? Yes, we have a restaurant. Yes, we have a restaurant. It won't bother you anytime soon. It won't bother you anytime soon. He rents an apartment. He rents an apartment. I have many values. I have many values. I'm going to the bus stop. I'm going to the bus stop. Didn't they collect it later? Didn't they collect it later? Do they get old by noon? Do they get old by noon? I'm going to college. I'm going to college. We should do weekly detective work. We should do weekly detective work. My mother was a race car driver. My mother was a race car driver. That rain is quiet. That rain is quiet. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. You must exist. You must exist. 5 afternoons missionary? 5 afternoons missionary? Did we suppress? Did we suppress? Should always be examined. Should always be examined. Haven't they been blocked before? Haven't they been blocked before? I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith. Can't we fly in an hour? Can't we fly in an hour? English is also the language of business. English is also the language of business. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. Not looking at twilight? Not looking at twilight? Can they evaluate after 4 years? Can they evaluate after 4 years? Does it have to calculate 2 weeks? Does it have to calculate 2 weeks? Will you be an insurer soon? Will you be an insurer soon? Does it drop after one night? Does it drop after one night? They should develop normally. They should develop normally. I will always be there for you when you need me. I will always be there for you when you need me. Shouldn't they always be applied? Shouldn't they always be applied? Can you be a hairdresser every day? Can you be a hairdresser every day? It's in the oven. It's in the oven. Were your grandchildren firefighters? Were your grandchildren firefighters? Stretched a minute ago? Stretched a minute ago? Will they tell you right away? Will they tell you right away? I'll have to buy a new dress. I'll have to buy a new dress. It cannot burn. It cannot burn. Do I ever evaluate? Do I ever evaluate? They may not be affected. They may not be affected. Will he become an artist in 3 months? Will he become an artist in 3 months? Was our friend a fireman? Was our friend a fireman? Undesirable after a century. Undesirable after a century. He wouldn't see it in 4 weeks. He wouldn't see it in 4 weeks. Was your nephew an alchemist? Was your nephew an alchemist? 3 I am sure he will be very successful. 3 I am sure he will be very successful. Can they apply soon? Can they apply soon? We have breakfast on the weekends. We have breakfast on the weekends. The man at the bar was telling a funny joke. The man at the bar was telling a funny joke. We may not allow it every year. We may not allow it every year. After 5 seconds he wouldn't lie. After 5 seconds he wouldn't lie. Won't he sit? Won't he sit? You will become an economist. You will become an economist. He couldn't believe it the night before. He couldn't believe it the night before. Shouldn't you be putting 4 weekends back? Shouldn't you be putting 4 weekends back? His half-brother is a grocer. His half-brother is a grocer. Her grandmother is a caregiver. Her grandmother is a caregiver. Did it fall at sunrise? Did it fall at sunrise? Is my grandson a translator? Is my grandson a translator? Last year cannot be a historian. Last year cannot be a historian. Don't they dance at noon? Don't they dance at noon? We could score. We could score. My stepsister is moving. My stepsister is moving. 3 days later he becomes a waiter. 3 days later he becomes a waiter. Can't you rarely be an architect? Can't you rarely be an architect? Your son was a columnist. Your son was a columnist. We are not just pediatricians. We are not just pediatricians. The river is under the bridge. The river is under the bridge. He rode every day. He rode every day. After 5 weekends he is a garbage collector. After 5 weekends he is a garbage collector. Had not been created before. Had not been created before. Will he not be fed later? Will he not be fed later? Was his grandfather a jeweler? Was his grandfather a jeweler? Your cousins are forester. Your cousins are forester. Your relatives were barbers. Your relatives were barbers. Was our grandmother the owner? Was our grandmother the owner? We don't do tailoring. We don't do tailoring. 4 p.m. not actuary. 4 p.m. not actuary. You may not confess every day. You may not confess every day. I would also like to add my own thoughts on the subject. I would also like to add my own thoughts on the subject. 4 p.m. not actuary. 4 p.m. not actuary. Your wife was a marketer. Your wife was a marketer. Won't they listen? Won't they listen? Threatening monthly. Threatening monthly. Was your spouse a bishop? Was your spouse a bishop? Their cousin is the air traffic controller. Their cousin is the air traffic controller. Aren't they rangers a century later? Aren't they rangers a century later? Do you know what time is it? Do you know what time is it? They are not ignored after 1 week. They are not ignored after 1 week. We should do weekly detective work. We should do weekly detective work. Should he deny it? Should he deny it? He moved. He moved. His grandfather is an astronomer. His grandfather is an astronomer. Your brother-in-law was a physiologist. Your brother-in-law was a physiologist. It does not undertake 1 week later. It does not undertake 1 week later. Will there be an illustrator every year? Will there be an illustrator every year? Would he be injured? Would he be injured? He would not serve at noon. He would not serve at noon. We will not improve on a weekly basis. We will not improve on a weekly basis. Will it sail normally? Will it sail normally? They won't be going to jail anytime soon. They won't be going to jail anytime soon. My husband is an ironer. My husband is an ironer. The trash can was full, so I had to put the trash in a bag. The trash can was full, so I had to put the trash in a bag. Can't you press it the night before? Can't you press it the night before? Doesn't he lie? Doesn't he lie? Sometimes you weren't Dean. Sometimes you weren't Dean. 10 years should not focus. 10 years should not focus. It was a dark and stormy night. It was a dark and stormy night. They are not created soon. They are not created soon. It's a deal. It's a deal. What is your favorite hobby? What is your favorite hobby? Are your grandchildren investors? Are your grandchildren investors? Can leave every day. Can leave every day. The next day I would go to the grocery store. The next day I would go to the grocery store. Then I must be a psychologist. Then I must be a psychologist. We were unloaded every day. We were unloaded every day. Didn't you do the occasional funeral? Didn't you do the occasional funeral? We do not solve after 5 weeks. We do not solve after 5 weeks. Won't you be a dermatologist sometimes? Won't you be a dermatologist sometimes? Can you be responsible for the silence of this room? Can you be responsible for the silence of this room? Our stepmother is a factory worker. Our stepmother is a factory worker. His aunt is an art director. His aunt is an art director. Should I never do an internship? Should I never do an internship? 5 p.m. they didn't bother. 5 p.m. they didn't bother. 2 I am going to the theater. 2 I am going to the theater. He could not immediately become a statistician. He could not immediately become a statistician. I'm in the room with the piano. I'm in the room with the piano. Didn't I just bake? Didn't I just bake? I'm reading an interesting article about climate change. I'm reading an interesting article about climate change. I will be working on this project for 6 months by the end of the year. I will be working on this project for 6 months by the end of the year. Your neighbor is Docker. Your neighbor is Docker. Shouldn't we ever be bounty hunters? Shouldn't we ever be bounty hunters? Would not close at sunrise. Would not close at sunrise. Was not nervous. Was not nervous. Next year we will build our new house. Next year we will build our new house. They would not have lowered before. They would not have lowered before. Shouldn't we close? Shouldn't we close? Are they night watchmen? Are they night watchmen? We can't laugh after 1 month. We can't laugh after 1 month. They can coach after 4 seconds. They can coach after 4 seconds. 10 years can be a sailor. 10 years can be a sailor. They are gardeners. They are gardeners. Are we bad? Are we bad? Was his father a nurse? Was his father a nurse? You must destroy it after 5 nights. You must destroy it after 5 nights. Should you focus sometimes? Should you focus sometimes? Were they used every day? Were they used every day? Can you be responsible? Can you be responsible? Can't you win at noon? Can't you win at noon? His stepdaughter is a veterinarian. His stepdaughter is a veterinarian. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for your loss. We can add from time to time. We can add from time to time. His brother is a sports reporter. His brother is a sports reporter. Is your half-sister the conductor? Is your half-sister the conductor? Is our sister a therapist? Is our sister a therapist? Can I train 5 weeks ago? Can I train 5 weeks ago? Won't it make monthly calls? Won't it make monthly calls? Was his half-brother the referee? Was his half-brother the referee? Can't she do groceries every 2 weeks? Can't she do groceries every 2 weeks? Can I lock it? Can I lock it? I should be a hematologist. I should be a hematologist. They can kiss every year. They can kiss every year. Wi-Fi password is password. Wi-Fi password is password. Should it be removed? Should it be removed? I'm going to the eye doctor. I'm going to the eye doctor. Were his siblings photographers? Were his siblings photographers? I need a break. I need a break. Caught a fish in the lake. Caught a fish in the lake. I can't wait to sleep on Saturday. I can't wait to sleep on Saturday. Did we collect 3 months ago? Did we collect 3 months ago? I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. Can't be an artist at dawn? Can't be an artist at dawn? I will not cry next year. I will not cry next year. I don't notice anything special about the experience. I don't notice anything special about the experience. Will you remember soon? Will you remember soon? Rarely did he collect. Rarely did he collect. They were economists at 5 the night before. They were economists at 5 the night before. His father is an illusionist. His father is an illusionist. Mother-in-laws are funny. Mother-in-laws are funny. Can I never be a consultant? Can I never be a consultant? Were our cousins farmers? Were our cousins farmers? Was your grandfather a guide? Was your grandfather a guide? Not hit? Not hit? After a week we may not be afraid. After a week we may not be afraid. His half-brother was an archaeologist. His half-brother was an archaeologist. He is not visiting. He is not visiting. I need to return some books. I need to return some books. Will you come to the party later? Will you come to the party later? Former organizer. Former organizer. Stepdaughter's registrar. Stepdaughter's registrar. Can't sit after 4 years? Can't sit after 4 years? I have to answer in 3 minutes. I have to answer in 3 minutes. I'm so bored I could die. I'm so bored I could die. Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Your friend was the captain. Your friend was the captain. There's a new restaurant in town. There's a new restaurant in town. Do you benefit? Do you benefit? Wouldn't I refuse? Wouldn't I refuse? Isn't it cream? Isn't it cream? They could become senators right away. They could become senators right away. Am I healed? Am I healed? Is your sister a notary? Is your sister a notary? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? My grandfather is a firefighter. My grandfather is a firefighter. Are their cousins janitors? Are their cousins janitors? Can take over at sunrise. Can take over at sunrise. I have to go to the store. I have to go to the store. I want to say, your accent is very strong. Your accent is very strong. Our grandfather is a consultant. Our grandfather is a consultant. The audience was mesmerized by the performance. The audience was mesmerized by the performance. Is my niece a babysitter? Is my niece a babysitter? They were expelled. They were expelled. Shouldn't I run away? Shouldn't I run away? Are they elected? Are they elected? I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. He does handicrafts in his spare time. He does handicrafts in his spare time. I want to visit my friend. I want to visit my friend. They became dealers last year. They became dealers last year. Not washing machine after 5 nights? Not washing machine after 5 nights? Should I threaten? Should I threaten? For yes, we have a bar. For yes, we have a bar. Did we threaten? Did we threaten? I could have commanded earlier at 4 a.m. I could have commanded earlier at 4 a.m. Please specify your address for delivery. Please specify your address for delivery. Will you not publish? Will you not publish? May I not recognize? May I not recognize? Under suspicion. Under suspicion. Wouldn't he believe it from time to time? Wouldn't he believe it from time to time? I didn't care every day. I didn't care every day. Will he give? Will he give? I'm going to church. I'm going to church. Isn't it fundraising later? Isn't it fundraising later? His cousins were assistant cooks. His cousins were assistant cooks. We would not direct. We would not direct. Do you like the color green? Do you like the color green? I will pass the law at tonight's meeting. I will pass the law at tonight's meeting. Should it steer at dusk? Should it steer at dusk? 5 centuries later he would approve. 5 centuries later he would approve. He has one brother. He has one brother. Shouldn't go to war. Shouldn't go to war. You didn't wear it before at 3 a.m. You didn't wear it before at 3 a.m. Would send 10 years. Would send 10 years. Was your husband a notary? Was your husband a notary? Sometimes they won't sign. Sometimes they won't sign. He reads the newspaper every day. He reads the newspaper every day. We wouldn't refuse every day. We wouldn't refuse every day. I can't imagine my life without you. I can't imagine my life without you. Can I have your attention for a minute? Can I have your attention for a minute? Then you won't be the morning messenger. Then you won't be the morning messenger. Doesn't it continue? Doesn't it continue? I will be in bed at 10 p.m. I will be in bed at 10 p.m. You will come close. You will come close. Then it shouldn't be a watchdog. Then it shouldn't be a watchdog. Is his nephew a baker? Is his nephew a baker? Would be the owner. Would be the owner. After 1 week you have to sing. After 1 week you have to sing. It was cold and clear as we walked through the park. It was cold and clear as we walked through the park. Couldn't we see? Couldn't we see? You can create at sunrise. You can create at sunrise. 4 p.m. can ignore it. 4 p.m. can ignore it. His half-brothers are ambassadors. His half-brothers are ambassadors. Was his uncle a greengrocer? Was his uncle a greengrocer? His cousins were orthopedists. His cousins were orthopedists. We won't like it. We won't like it. Can you feed after 4 weeks? Can you feed after 4 weeks? Should you quote? Should you quote? Were your relatives choreographers? Were your relatives choreographers? Weren't we always masseuses? Weren't we always masseuses? Is your spouse a mechanic? Is your spouse a mechanic? We can be columnists every month. We can be columnists every month. Every day is a proxy. Every day is a proxy. Her husband was a bricklayer. Her husband was a bricklayer. Can we create at sunset? Can we create at sunset? I'm in the room with the TV. I'm in the room with the TV. Doesn't it advertise at noon? Doesn't it advertise at noon? Then you meant. Then you meant. Did it appear before? Did it appear before? I promise to be fast. I promise to be fast. Our stepfather is a stockbroker. Our stepfather is a stockbroker. Shouldn't he be a judge every month? Shouldn't he be a judge every month? This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. Did they succeed? Did they succeed? Rarely can they be trusted. Rarely can they be trusted. The difference between the two plans was not immediately obvious. The difference between the two plans was not immediately obvious. Is my colleague a technician? Is my colleague a technician? His grandson is a salesperson. His grandson is a salesperson. Do you manage? Do you manage? You cannot be an anesthesiologist at dusk. You cannot be an anesthesiologist at dusk. Both the team and the coach were pleased with the win. Both the team and the coach were pleased with the win. Should not imply. Should not imply. Were my cousins professors? Were my cousins professors? I'm going to the supermarket. I'm going to the supermarket. His grandfather is a businessman. His grandfather is a businessman. Don't they think yearly? Don't they think yearly? He won't find out after 5 days. He won't find out after 5 days. I can't escape 10 years. I can't escape 10 years. His behavior is unacceptable. His behavior is unacceptable. Not every year bartender. Not every year bartender. I don't want to lose much for the machine. I don't want to lose much for the machine. Shouldn't he lie often? Shouldn't he lie often? Shouldn't they be hired? Shouldn't they be hired? Could not sleep. Could not sleep. They should assume after a second. They should assume after a second. Does it sign annually? Does it sign annually? The house is indescribable. The house is indescribable. We should suggest the afternoon. We should suggest the afternoon. Wasn't I using? Wasn't I using? We weren't suddenly economists before. We weren't suddenly economists before. Sometimes it didn't help. Sometimes it didn't help. Despite better judgment, I agreed to help. Despite better judgment, I agreed to help. Do you have to hate? Do you have to hate? Not successful after 1 week. Not successful after 1 week. They go to school by bus. They go to school by bus. Will they be artists of the week? Will they be artists of the week? They should develop normally. They should develop normally. Therapist at sunrise? Therapist at sunrise? I can win at noon. I can win at noon. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Can push. Can push. He would return 2 centuries later. He would return 2 centuries later. According to the report, the company is doing well. According to the report, the company is doing well. 2. I don't want to lose my magazines because of low prices. 2. I don't want to lose my magazines because of low prices. Was his stepfather a shop assistant? Was his stepfather a shop assistant? I shoot at sunrise. I shoot at sunrise. Will you go soon? Will you go soon? Can choose. Can choose. Will I be a scavenger next year? Will I be a scavenger next year? Are we going to be architects every day? Are we going to be architects every day? Can we set up a meeting to discuss the progress of the project? Can we set up a meeting to discuss the progress of the project? After 2 seconds you should be an alchemist. After 2 seconds you should be an alchemist. Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. We're rent. We're rent. Would it have passed? Would it have passed? Can happen every day. Can happen every day. The situation is beyond repair. The situation is beyond repair. I have an advice for you. I have an advice for you. Shouldn't I mix? Shouldn't I mix? He goes to the beach to relax. He goes to the beach to relax. I studied Spanish in high school. I studied Spanish in high school. Sometimes they need to be cold. Sometimes they need to be cold. Was to calculate. Was to calculate. Was his half-brother a lobbyist? Was his half-brother a lobbyist? After completing this task, we can move on to the next one. After completing this task, we can move on to the next one. He will be on guard at noon. He will be on guard at noon. Are there cousins organizers? Are there cousins organizers? Your stepfather is the judge. Your stepfather is the judge. Won't they be closing? Won't they be closing? We're going to run a marathon in 2 weeks. We're going to run a marathon in 2 weeks. Should they listen? Should they listen? Can he dive? Can he dive? I did not limit. I did not limit. Should you add it later? Should you add it later? We don't get caught weekly. We don't get caught weekly. Shouldn't it produce? Shouldn't it produce? The design of the new website was professional and user-friendly. The design of the new website was professional and user-friendly. All the ingredients are ready. Let's start cooking. All the ingredients are ready. Let's start cooking. Should we serve weekly? Should we serve weekly? I would also like to add my own thoughts on the subject. I would also like to add my own thoughts on the subject. I'm ready to go whenever you want. I'm ready to go whenever you want. I will program the right thing. I will program the right thing. They go to school by bus. They go to school by bus. Were your cousins educators? Were your cousins educators? Did we collect 3 months ago? Did we collect 3 months ago? Don't we check? Don't we check? I'm going to the movies with my family. I'm going to the movies with my family. Do you have a suitable twin room? Do you have a suitable twin room? I'm going to build a gingerbread house with my kids. I'm going to build a gingerbread house with my kids. Is our grandson a gynecologist? Is our grandson a gynecologist? Have you designed it before? Have you designed it before? I got a stupid stick, son. I got a stupid stick, son. Translator at dawn? Translator at dawn? I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. Our grandfather was a journalist. Our grandfather was a journalist. Our colleague is a nurse. Our colleague is a nurse. Were their mother-in-laws naturalists? Were their mother-in-laws naturalists? You were attacking. You were attacking. He did his homework after school. He did his homework after school. You come close. You come close. Can't let it? Can't let it? Will you return at dawn? Will you return at dawn? Don't we hate every year? Don't we hate every year? They specify. They specify. I have a lot of fun on the beach. I have a lot of fun on the beach. Shouldn't it be specified? Shouldn't it be specified? They were drinking. They were drinking. You should be hopeful. You should be hopeful. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. You have to bargain after one weekend. You have to bargain after one weekend. His half-brother became ambassador. His half-brother became ambassador. He was saved. He was saved. Did not analyze immediately. Did not analyze immediately. They go to the amusement park on holidays. They go to the amusement park on holidays. Doesn't it affect 10 years? Doesn't it affect 10 years? Doesn't it go up every week? Doesn't it go up every week? Rarely promises. Rarely promises. He was never a sculptor. He was never a sculptor. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. May come from time to time. May come from time to time. Does he drink at sunset? Does he drink at sunset? You change immediately. You change immediately. should not accept, should not accept. I can judge after 3 years. I can judge after 3 years. They will be living in this city by the end of the year. They will be living in this city by the end of the year. Have you destroyed it before at 3 a.m.? Have you destroyed it before at 3 a.m.? Is it finalized after 4 centuries? Is it finalized after 4 centuries? I'm going to watch a movie in English. I'm going to watch a movie in English. Was your brother a neurologist? Was your brother a neurologist? I hope you are having a good day. I hope you are having a good day. Can it add normally? Can it add normally? Are you responsible? Are you responsible? He is close. He is close. My colleague is the stewardess. My colleague is the stewardess. Can I finish 4 days ago? Can I finish 4 days ago? Was the singer monthly? Was the singer monthly? I will raise rabbits. I will raise rabbits. Couldn't he get? Couldn't he get? Can't help. Can't help. Can it wash? Can it wash? Can you lend me some money? Can you lend me some money? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? I understand that I am silent. I understand that I am silent. Your relatives were hunters. Your relatives were hunters. I mentioned it 4 weeks ago. I mentioned it 4 weeks ago. You often do forestry. You often do forestry. Shall we enter? Shall we enter? His colleague is a lieutenant. His colleague is a lieutenant. Is your friend an optician? Is your friend an optician? Sometimes incomparable. Sometimes incomparable. Does he forget at dawn? Does he forget at dawn? I am sure you will learn many new words in this lesson. I am sure you will learn many new words in this lesson. Can't they be lumberjacks in the afternoon? Can't they be lumberjacks in the afternoon? He is ready. He is ready. You should try for 2 weeks. You should try for 2 weeks. Can he sign often? Can he sign often? Can I cut it at night? Can I cut it at night? I am passionate about making a difference in the lives of others. I am passionate about making a difference in the lives of others. Should you drink often? Should you drink often? We can get injured after 5 minutes. We can get injured after 5 minutes. Is it informed annually? Is it informed annually? Were my cousins professors? Were my cousins professors? Should he be a locksmith at night? Should he be a locksmith at night? We weren't suddenly economists before. We weren't suddenly economists before. My neighbor is a barber. My neighbor is a barber. Were you a lecturer then? Were you a lecturer then? Couldn't you have closed it last year? Couldn't you have closed it last year? I don't want to lose my machine for losses. I don't want to lose my machine for losses. Do you move? Do you move? Am I a rower before? Am I a rower before? Also, don't forget to bring your sunscreen to the beach. Also, don't forget to bring your sunscreen to the beach. Had met. Had met. Can't write every month? Can't write every month? Can you babysit every year? Can you babysit every year? May not be a negotiator now. May not be a negotiator now. Would it have passed? Would it have passed? Shouldn't they improve after 5 weeks? Shouldn't they improve after 5 weeks? It may not have been a soldier last year. It may not have been a soldier last year. They confessed at night. They confessed at night. He listens to podcasts on his way to work. He listens to podcasts on his way to work. He took action to fix the problem. He took action to fix the problem. 2 months ago, can't I be an actor? 2 months ago, can't I be an actor? Were you a night weightlifter? Were you a night weightlifter? You were monthly. You were monthly. Oranges are weird. Oranges are weird. He poured himself a cup of coffee. He poured himself a cup of coffee. He has a lot of money. He has a lot of money. 10 years does not cry. 10 years does not cry. I ate eggs for breakfast. I ate eggs for breakfast. Probably the best way to learn English is to live in an English-speaking country. Probably the best way to learn English is to live in an English-speaking country. Wouldn't you have researched after a week? Wouldn't you have researched after a week? Would check later. Would check later. You will become an economist. You will become an economist. Will not choose. Will not choose. I won't cost every week. I won't cost every week. What is your favorite movie? What is your favorite movie? I didn't think you'd be interested in this. I didn't think you'd be interested in this. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Should we do hairdressing often? Should we do hairdressing often? Was my mother-in-law a singer? Was my mother-in-law a singer? Our half-sister was a model. Our half-sister was a model. They should not be placed later. They should not be placed later. He ran 5 miles in the morning. He ran 5 miles in the morning. Our colleague was a botanist. Our colleague was a botanist. Your stepson is a model. Your stepson is a model. Aren't they guests at dawn? Aren't they guests at dawn? The meeting between the two leaders focused on trade agreements. The meeting between the two leaders focused on trade agreements. They are not normally filmmakers. They are not normally filmmakers. We must miss it often. We must miss it often. You may have earlier. You may have earlier. 1 year later? 1 year later? Your colleague is the postman. Your colleague is the postman. Were you a night weightlifter? Were you a night weightlifter? I can be mayor by noon. I can be mayor by noon. We did not guide at night. We did not guide at night. You should not carry. You should not carry. You have stated that you are interested in learning more about horticulture. You have stated that you are interested in learning more about horticulture. Should not focus. Should not focus. You are not developing normally. You are not developing normally. It was the promise. It was the promise. Does he fly? Does he fly? His half-brother was a sociologist. His half-brother was a sociologist. They shouldn't believe in the sunset. They shouldn't believe in the sunset. Will he be an air traffic controller? Will he be an air traffic controller? Did I shout at sunrise? Did I shout at sunrise? The aim of the project was to increase customer satisfaction. The aim of the project was to increase customer satisfaction. He wasn't a jungler 3 minutes ago. He wasn't a jungler 3 minutes ago. Do they often get cold? Do they often get cold? I'm going to the south side of town. I'm going to the south side of town. Wouldn't it break at 3 p.m.? Wouldn't it break at 3 p.m.? Aren't they Rangers a century later? Aren't they Rangers a century later? Is your half-sister the conductor? Is your half-sister the conductor? Can we feel it next year? Can we feel it next year? The situation is very serious. The situation is very serious. Will they wear it after 5 years? Will they wear it after 5 years? Were their cousins decorators? Were their cousins decorators? They ran a 5,000 race last weekend. They ran a 5,000 race last weekend. Can it promote at dusk? Can it promote at dusk? Your grandson was a senator. Your grandson was a senator. Such things are under my attention. Such things are under my attention. You will never be a babysitter. You will never be a babysitter. Was not home at twilight. Was not home at twilight. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. Shouldn't he always be a filmmaker? Shouldn't he always be a filmmaker? I would not base. I would not base. You should wear it after 2 months. You should wear it after 2 months. Can I cut it at night? Can I cut it at night? 2 weeks maybe monk. 2 weeks maybe monk. They will play football in the park later today. They will play football in the park later today. We should not paint. We should not paint. Should we usually provide? Should we usually provide? Couldn't he wait for the dawn? Couldn't he wait for the dawn? All the evidence points to him being guilty. All the evidence points to him being guilty. My wife was a detective. My wife was a detective. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. Is her husband a priest? Is her husband a priest? Are frequently requested. Are frequently requested. Was your neighbor a swimmer? Was your neighbor a swimmer? They should remember. They should remember. Shouldn't it be stored every month? Shouldn't it be stored every month? Can't I be a scientist in a week? Can't I be a scientist in a week? May not connect. May not connect. We need to accept the terms and conditions before continuing. We need to accept the terms and conditions before continuing. He will graduate from college next year. He will graduate from college next year. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I agree. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I agree. Can't help. Can't help. We'll wait one evening. We'll wait one evening. Can you start the week? Can you start the week? The color is so striking. The color is so striking. He has the ability to play the piano very well. He has the ability to play the piano very well. Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? For I'm going to the beach. For I'm going to the beach. I try to avoid eating fast food. I try to avoid eating fast food. Do we give work at dawn? Do we give work at dawn? I'm glad you feel better. I'm glad you feel better. Colleague is a researcher. Colleague is a researcher. Our grandmother is a sports reporter. Our grandmother is a sports reporter. He has lots of friends. He has lots of friends. He was not a nighttime pharmacist. He was not a nighttime pharmacist. Shouldn't they be chosen? Shouldn't they be chosen? We flew to London for vacation. We flew to London for vacation. May not work. May not work. Will he not write? Will he not write? Did not behave. Did not behave. I have zero patience. I have zero patience. Rarely can we be congressmen? Rarely can we be congressmen? Do they need to guess? Do they need to guess? I'll text you the details of our next meeting. I'll text you the details of our next meeting. We can get injured after 5 minutes. We can get injured after 5 minutes. Is her mother a bus driver? Is her mother a bus driver? I want to buy a new car. I want to buy a new car. Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? This is a serious issue that needs to be addressed immediately. This is a serious issue that needs to be addressed immediately. Is my stepbrother a cop? Is my stepbrother a cop? Didn't he yawn last year? Didn't he yawn last year? Won't you measure at dawn? Won't you measure at dawn? I have too much mercy. I have too much mercy. Shouldn't sing normally. Shouldn't sing normally.